some of it's entirely worthless. Like I mentioned, that prepping phase to like reinforce certain walls around the points. Like in theory, that's a decent idea, like in Siege, but here, at least in my limited experience so far, the reinforcing just doesn't really do a whole lot. Like, again, it feels like you're just reinforcing a wall with like some fucking saran wrap. Like, it doesn't juice it that much. What you use to blow up walls when they're not reinforced, you will still use to blow them up when they are, with pretty much a very close level of success. So that feels like they could maybe do with an overhaul. The gearing phase also feels a little not super great, because as the rounds progress, like as the game goes forward, you can just buy what you want from the trader. So you mainly just collecting the crystals is the more important part than trying to like hunt for random loot. And it seems like you all end up getting geared to the same level anyway by the end. So those two things I don't think are amazing, but at least the horse makes this game feel faster than I thought it would be. I was under the impression this would be like Concord level molasses that you're playing through, where every character just moves at a fucking glacial pace. And then when I found out it's 3v3, I thought for sure this was going to be a snooze fest. But thanks to like having a mount, you're able to get around pretty quick, so you're able to go from fight to fight. And during the actual raiding, you do respawn pretty quick, reviving is pretty quick, so it does feel much faster than I thought it would. Movement is still pretty slow, like there's not a whole lot of like crazy movement tech that I've seen yet. I've tried like bunny hopping to a certain level and that kind of works, so maybe there's just more unexplored tech there, but base movement is pretty slow. And the big thing is the gunplay. This has been a contentious one because there's a lot of people that fucking hate it and some people that really like it. I think that it's solid. I actually thought the gunplay was pretty solid. I enjoyed it more than I expected to. It's not the tightest. It feels like aiming sometimes fights against you because it's somewhat floaty, but overall, the guns did feel good. Like, getting into a fight did feel enjoyable. Like, I don't think the gunplay is trash like a lot of people are saying. The big thing with gunplay, though, that holds it back is that there are certain things that this game is missing, which is why I'm saying that it feels kind of generic when it comes to its gameplay. Like, it has decent bones, but it's very bland. So because it's missing a lot of the flavor from some better shooters out there, this one just feels lackluster in comparison. But overall, I do think the shooting is just fine. Like, I have no issues with the gunplay. Some of the abilities are cool too, I suppose. I haven't seen all of them, but the ones I've toyed around with seem pretty solid. Really, at the end of our gaming session, the consensus Matt, Danny, and I drew was that was more enjoyable than we expected going into it, though it's probably a game none of us are going to get like super into. Like I said, I'm going to stream more tonight, so we'll see if maybe I end up falling in love with it somehow, some way. But for what I've experienced thus far, it's fine. Like, it's just a fine game. There's nothing like particularly special about it, but it's definitely not like a really bad game that people are saying that it is. I really think Jeff Keighley fucked him. Like, actually went in there and face fucked him by putting Highguard at the very end of the Game Awards, where apparently, based on a lot of like articles and stuff that have come out and talked about it, they didn't even want to be there. Like, they didn't want that slot or anything. Jeff Keighley just felt so strongly about it that he made the decision to put him there. I don't know if all of that's confirmed or not, but regardless, what is true is that their place at the end of the Game Awards, the most important slot in the most watched event for gaming, went to Highguard, which puts a huge level of expectations on this product, and it puts so many eyes on it. So people were expecting something like really impressive, and this game isn't. Like, it's fine. Like I said, like, there is some fun to be had there, but it's not like a game I can really see people like dedicating their lives to as like, this is my comfort shooter now. I do think that there, like I said, are decent bones here, so if they do decide to build upon it, flesh it out, add more to it, improve certain things, and start to really, spruce it up a bit, maybe it could get to that point, but as it stands right now, not really in that state. And by being in that position at the Game Awards, it really did hamper them. It was a huge detriment, because if this game was just shadow dropped or something, like if this game just like randomly came out today, like, hey, from some of the creators of some of your favorite shooters like Titanfall. We have this new studio and we've been working on this game and we want to share it with all of you today. Come give it a try and let us know what you think as the game evolves. I think people will be a lot more receptive to it and a lot more enthusiastic about like maybe seeing this game improve down the line. But because it had so much hype at the Game Awards, people went in expecting something that this is just not really delivering on at the moment. Anyway, though, I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the game so far from the little bits that I've played, and I'm very curious to see how Highguard shakes out down the line. They already put like a 1-year roadmap out there, so it seems like they're pretty committed to it. I guess we'll see. But it did have a much more successful launch than Concord, so that's great. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. What does failing one of these look like? Hey, let me fail one. I see. Just interrupted. I froze. I didn't know how to take a life.
Next question. Most heroes avenge their family. You did the opposite.
I mean, I tried.
You killed their legacy. How disappointed would your dad be if he were here right now?
What the fuck? Charles Kingsley?
Your father.
Jesus, man. I'm gonna attack you. Can I jump over this podium?
In their graves.
Like a Five Nights at Freddy jump scare? Ah! Attaboy. Yeah, let them see. let them all see.
Do I want to sue? Of course, but there's too...
Keep loading. We're out of here at 30. And who the fuck are you?
Yeah, you. Go fucking hobo ranger?
Go Hobo Ranger. That kind of goes ballistic.
Mecha Man.
You're not Mecha Man. That's Mecha Man.
I'm Mecha Man, dipshit. Okay, that's my suit.
Wow, you're gonna be wishing you had it right now.
Whatever the case, I'm enough to deal with a pack of fucking Skittles idiots like you.
God damn it. Look, you're hurt. You're not thinking straight.
I'm gonna punch with my injured hand.
Knows which hand every punch is coming from.
Oh, no, it was a bad idea. No, you're right. I should have struck with my good hand. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid. Wait, give me a second to recuperate. Oh, shit. No, wait, guys. Reset.
A little buzzed. I don't really make jokes like that. I think Vizzy's rubbing off on me.
Who?
Someone I work with. It's...
Yeah, well, what about Sonar? What's he like? Can I ask? You don't mind? How fucking cool is that guy, huh?
Shit. That is... Damn.
Feel good?
Sorry, I choked him.
Yeah, Jacksepticeye is the guy on the right there. His name is Punch Up, if I remember right.
I can throw the fire.
I didn't know that's what his character looked like, though. In all of the art I saw of the surrounding cast, he looked like... I thought he was like a massive, hulking figure. So that's pretty cool. Seeing him in-game is not at all what I thought he was.
More mecha dick, as I...
We can work with this.
Fine. I feel like Sonar's not gonna get this chance. I think it's already too far gone for us.
No, this...
You fucking creep!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry. I totally...
You disgusting pervert!
I mean, you did. But I definitely...
Okay, so that's the intro. So now I imagine first day at STN is when we meet Sonar. You and 54% of players kissed Blazer. You're telling me that it's only... Wow, I thought that'd be much higher. Only 26% of players let that guy drop? Fucking losers?
Heroes, but it's better if you keep your identity a secret. We've had incidents in the past. Here. I remembered you being bigger.
Son of a bitch.
I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great. Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or what do you... should I close my eyes, maybe?
I just don't give a fuck. Just watch me. You've insulted me so many times, I don't care.
Oh, yeah, no, it's...
You can look at my Hank Hill butt cheeks, I don't give a shit.
I mean, don't stare me straight in the eyes or anything, because that would be odd.
Yeah, I'll actually... Yeah, I'm just gonna... There.
It doesn't look like it, but I am flexing every muscle in my body right now.
Really?
Okay, well...
When I review a movie, the typical process is this. I'll go see it, immediately after finishing it, I come home all giddy, full cocked, ready to just spit out all of my thoughts, and like Rene Descartes said, I think, therefore I am going to review this movie. I do it immediately, so everything is all fresh in there, everything that I cook up in this wrinkly sack between my ears, and I post it pretty much immediately, all within like 30 to 45 minutes of seeing a film. And yesterday I saw the Chainsaw Man movie and I really liked it, but I didn't post a review. And Stream picked up on this and started asking why, because it's pretty uncharacteristic. And the reason is because we actually have an official collaboration between our soap company Cheeky and Chainsaw Man. So this is available now. We have a Chainsaw Man movie-inspired line of new Cheeky scents. I was a big fan of Chainsaw Man, so this collaboration has been super hype, and like I said, I really, really liked the movie, so all of these scents are inspired by that and the characters. And with this partnership in mind, I was worried people would think by me reviewing this film that it would be biased or unreliable, and I'm only glazing it because we're working together with the property. But the more that I squatted and stewed on this, and from Stream Chat last night, I really just want to yap about the film. And I feel like over the course of the, 8-ish years that I've been reviewing movies and games, I think it should be pretty clear by this point that it doesn't really matter anything outside of like the actual product itself. Like, I try not to take anything else into account when just, spitting up my thoughts on something. So even though we are officially partnered with Chainsaw Man, I'm still going to give you my very honest review of the movie. And I do that for everything. So like, even if my dad made like a passion project film, if it's a pile of dog shit, I'm gonna let him know that is some stinky trash, Like, it's just gonna be how it is. Now, in the case of the Chainsaw Man movie, there is nothing stinky about it. This film was fucking extraordinary. And I said this last night, it has been an incredible year for 2D animated feature films. Pretty much back to back, we got Demon Slayer Infinity Castle and now the Chainsaw Man movie, which I think is right up there with it. I think this movie was so good. So let's go ahead and dive into the spaghetti and the meatballs here. So this is a whole arc condensed into a single movie. And I was a bit skeptical at first because I always thought when it came to something like this, you'd need multiple episodes to build up and care about a character that gets introduced. So that way it actually matters and feels meaningful when big things happen. But I have really come around on this arcs as movies direction that the industry seems to be going. I think Demon Slayer's done it really well, and now Chainsaw Man has proven they can do it really well. Reze is a character who gets introduced in this film and develops throughout this film, and by the end, you do care about the character. I think they do a really good job at setting that up. I think they hit the emotional beats very well. I also think this is a film you can see even without watching Season 1 of Chainsaw Man and still understand what's going on. I wouldn't really recommend doing that because you miss out on so fucking much, but if you have a friend or a significant other or something that maybe wants to go see it with you, I think they can without being lost and they can still really enjoy it. And this film comes in two very different halves. The first half of this film is setting up Reze in this emotional arc as well as Denji and his conflicting feelings where he's in love with Makima. Makima has his heart, but Reze is someone that's showing like genuine romantic interest in him, which is something he's never experienced before, so now he's also falling for Reze. So it's this back and forth of like these feelings he shares for two different women, and it's, really weighing heavy on him. It's stressing him out, and he's going on dates with Reze, but thinking of Makima, but really liking the time he spends with Reze. So the first half is really building that up and getting you to care about Reze. And I think they do a good job. The first half is very much like a slow burn where it is a lot of slice of life going on. And it's really well done, like it's detailed. Slice of life is my least favorite genre in anime, but in here, and maybe it's because of the time constraints of a movie, they're able to do slice of life without having it feel like it drags on or overstays its welcome. It feels like every single slice of life moment is there to build up this relationship and get you sold on this character, Reze. And I do think there are some people, yeah, the title's not clickbait. It's actually here. The Trump mobile device, it's finally arrived. This thing must have went around the world 6 times and back, but it finally made it into my lap. Genuinely, I started to lose hope that it was going to arrive, and then it actually never came through Trump Mobile. Big spoilers, the T1 device that I pre-ordered, that fucking thing fell into the back rooms, I guess. That order is never being fulfilled, I don't think. This one actually was a gift from a happy Trump Mobile customer who felt bad for me, so they had their fun with it. That was big time acting, by the way. I actually got tears and a ton of snot out, and now I can't stop. I opened the floodgates and now it won't stop. Wow. And to think that I haven't been recruited to a blockbuster film since the Hunger Games, huh? What a tragedy. But anyway, this is a real Trump Mobile device. It's not empty. I can tell it's not empty. But I refuse to open the sarcophagus yet. Not because I'm afraid of like a mummy's curse or anything, but because I'm saving it to experience it with my friends. A gift is best experienced with others. The ones that you cherish the most. Family and friends. Man, I was acting so hard my body is confused on the emotions to feel. But yeah, as I said, this isn't my T1 device, the one that I put the 100 clam deposit on to reserve. This isn't Charles White's T-Mobile device. This came from someone who already used it, rode hard, put away wet, and then offered to send it to me. And well, I gotta tell you, sports fans, I've never been so happy. The Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes today. So yeah, big shout out Quinn from Snazzy Labs and Linus Tech Tips for putting this puppy in my lap here. Because I guess mine's just never coming. I suppose. I'm just Squidward in the window watching SpongeBob and Patrick have fun with their Trump Mobile devices while I was never going to get one. That was the plan, I suppose. But put this in your pipe and smoke it, Trump Mobile. I did get one. And I can't wait to crack it open, break the seal on it. Well, the seal's broken. You can see that. The whole ass is prolapsing here. But I don't want to gaze upon its beauty yet. It's like the Ark of the Covenant to me. It's going to fucking melt my flesh the second I look at it. So like I said, I do want to save this for a bigger video, like actually doing it justice to get into the nitty gritty. And I know a bunch of other YouTubers have already done that, far smarter than me. But I want to recruit someone even smarter than them. I'm going to try and find like fucking John Telephone, someone who knows telecommunication tech better than anyone else on the planet. And I want to put this through the ringer. And then I want to fondle it and do all kinds of stuff to it and see how it responds. I don't know. Point is, I want to do something bigger with it than just like unbox it and shit. But I did want to at least let you guys know that I did get it, except Trump Mobile never sent it to me. I still have not received any contact from Trump Mobile on the whereabouts of my device. What the fuck, man? There was, however, one dumb asshole out there that tried to scam me, pretending to be Trump Mobile, telling me that my device was ready to ship, but there was a litany of spelling and grammar mistakes in there, which I guess maybe that could still be Trump Mobile, because I bet half the team's fucking illiterate, but I still felt it was sketchy enough to not respond. It didn't seem official, but that's the only semblance of contact I've had with anything even loosely adjacent to Trump Mobile. I must have put in 10 total calls with their customer service. I think I know the reps better than their own families know them at this point. I was a frequent flyer there with the HQ's hotline there. Never got an iota of anything helpful in terms of information. Today's such a special day, I even dusted off the bucket hat for it. It's High Guard release day. I imagine you probably already called in sick for work in order to take as much time as possible to enjoy this game that everyone in the world had been salivating for since it was revealed at the very end of the Game Awards. Since then, it's been quite a question mark with Highguard because they got the prime spot in the Game Awards out of nowhere, a game no one was expecting, and a genre most people weren't exactly super excited for these days. Most people perceived it to be a hero shooter, myself included, because in the footage they showed it looked like it was some type of hero shooter. Most often compared to like Concord, it wasn't a great trailer, and the position that it was placed in at the Game Awards made things even worse. They also then went radio silent for over a month up until like a day or two ago, where they finally broke the silence saying that the game is still coming out as advertised, and then finally started, speaking up about it. The game came out today, and it's very clear that this is not a Concord level failure or anything. It had an all-time peak of just under 100,000 players, which Concord couldn't have even imagined in their wildest dreams. That game didn't even get to like 1,000, and it died in 2 weeks. It barely lasted longer than a poop left in a gas station toilet. So this blew it out of the water in terms of player count, and I think a large part of that success is because the game is free to play, whereas Concord was a $40 paywall. So even people that weren't exactly hyped about Highguard, they were at least willing to give it a spin, at least give it a chance. Kind of. There were some people that literally logged into the game and said this is the biggest pile of dog shit ever, 0 out of 10, throw it in the trash bin. Without ever even like playing a match, or maybe they did the training and then just said, nope, this is terrible, I quit. I spit on this garbage. Which, whatever, I'm not your fucking dad. If that's how you want to interact with games, all power to you, man. Pretty much the second this puppy popped out of the oven here, people flocked to Steam to leave scathing reviews on it and post their like jokes and memes about how fucking trash it is without ever even loading into a single match. Right now it's sitting at mostly negative. And of course not all of that is from people just looking to dunk on it because of the whole Game Awards fiasco. There are plenty of things to dislike about it so far with my experience. For me, I always like to give things a fair shake, so I actually played it a little earlier today with Matt and Danny. I have a video up on Moist Critical Gaming if you want to see how our first match went. And I want to give you like my early thoughts here. I'm going to stream more of it tonight. Real quick though, I want to interrupt to briefly mention something that I've been pretty hyped for. Starforge just partnered with Ducky and Jagex to deliver a very special RuneScape keyboard for the 25th anniversary. All of you know I'm a huge RuneScape enthusiast, a super fan, so I was just pretty pumped about this, so wanted to put it on your radar. If anyone out there also loves RuneScape and is looking for a new keyboard upgrade, pre-orders are available now. It's Starforge. So anyway, back to Highguard. Overall, the game is just, it's fine. Like, I don't think it's nearly as terrible as people are making it out to be. Like, this is one of the worst FPS games of all time or something. It's just not even close, really. It's just very generic. And not in terms of, like, the actual gameplay mechanics, because they actually do try something different. It's not a hero shooter. It's not a battle royale. It's a 3v3 raid skirmish. I don't even know what to really call it, where you have a prep phase where you reinforce things a la Rainbow Six Siege, except the reinforcements here are fucking worthless. Like, basically, you take paper walls and you put plastic on top of it. That's your reinforcement. You can still easily get through these reinforced walls. To me, it just feels like the prepping to defense is kind of useless. It doesn't really stop much, at least not so far in my experience. But you have this phase to prep like that. Then you have a resource gathering phase where you gear up, so you go out in the world and you do some fucking Fortnite mining for materials, which you can spend at the trader for weapons and armor. And you can also find loot out there for armor or, other weapons or even like ability cooldown type stuff. Then after that, then you have the sword part, the shield breaker, where you and the other team will then fight to get the shield breaker. Whoever gets the shield breaker takes it to the other team's base, and then the raid begins, and what you want to do is plant bombs to blow up their base. Rinse and repeat. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of different things put into this mode, and I don't dislike it, but it feels like in cinema, there are some timeless, iconic performances that we will always remember fondly. One-of-a-kind, generational talents that bring to life a character on the big screen. I'm talking Al Pacino as Scarface, Heath Ledger as the Joker, Kevin James as Paul Blart, and typically, depending on who you ask, most sensible people will also include my role as the District 8 hospital helper in The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Now, I know I've never really dove into the nitty-gritty there. I don't like to yap about it too much. I hardly even think about it these days. But it is true, what I did in that movie with my performance redefined what we thought possible on the big screen. And since that, I haven't really dabbled in the world of acting too much. I've dipped my toes in here and there, but never to that same degree with a world-shattering acting performance. Until recently, that is. I dusted off the cobwebs, I lubed up the gears, and I hopped back on the saddle to once again redefine an entire medium with my acting. Gaming. I play Sonar in a new game that just came out, Dispatch. Many of you may have heard of it by now because it seems like it's fucking blowing up online. And people are already saying that Sonar might be the best voiced character they've ever heard. They didn't even know something like this was possible. And that's just the Charles difference right there. I don't just act as a character, I become that character. My emotional performance so moving, I make you question what's real and what's fake. I blur the lines of reality here. And while Sonar may be the obvious standout for this game, I'm not the main character, I'm one of many, but it is a very sizable role with a few hundred lines here. It is by far my biggest acting performance I've ever done, and it was a lot of fucking fun. I got to be part of this game with a really stacked, talented cast, including an actor that I really, really appreciate the work of, Aaron Paul, who is the main character. No, I didn't get to meet Aaron Paul. Wish I did. If you're watching this, Aaron Paul, super up to hang out or collab or whatever. But I do get to share some scenes with him in this. And it's just been an absolute joy to see that the game is being received so well. And that I don't suck too much ass as a voice actor, which is great. I played through the first 2 episodes on stream and I really enjoyed them. There's 8 episodes total and they're releasing them in batch of 2s every week. So the next 2 drop tomorrow. And I think, judging for where episode 2 ends off, I think episodes 3 and 4 I'm going to have a bit of a bigger role as Sonar here, depending on player choices, because I recorded a lot of lines that I think this is building towards in episodes 3 and 4, but maybe they fucking cut the lines. Who knows? I have no idea. Either way, I'm very excited, and I just wanted to show you some highlights for episode 1 and 2. Mainly just a quick little supercut for some of the Sonar moments here, and a little bit of extra sprinkled in there, but the entirety of episode 1 and 2 was, actually very good.
Stop screaming, god damn it. Hey, I will pull you up if you quiet the fuck down. Help!
Just drop him anyway. Oh yeah, cool. Just fucking drop him.
Sir, if you want something to scream about, I'll give you something to scream about. No!
I am actually shocked I got to do that. I'll take it. Oh, okay, he's alive.
You piece of shit! Hey, I ruined a perfectly good mattress to make sure you didn't die, okay? You're welcome.
Damn it. Fuck. I wanted to just kill him.
He's here!
But then you'd lose to Batman. A really good point. Man, they really crushed the fucking visuals on this, man. Holy. Again, I didn't see, any of this.
Figures.
That was a crazy move from Toxic there, just going for the 360 teabag.
Well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I want to say again, I'm sorry about last night.
This fucking guy,
I
man.
regret the way I conducted
This is heartbreaking.
Are you serious?
Invisigal.
Who locks a conference room? So, you two fuck or what?
We kissed, but it was very innocent.
Like cheek innocent or tip of your dick innocent?
Okay, stop. First of all, we did not kiss. You kissed me.
Oh my
Second
god,
of all,
I can't catch a break.
business.
Whoa, she cussed.
I'm just a loser. Oh
Robert,
no.
this is Olivia. She is part of the Phoenix program.
Now, if I'm being honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvements soon, the whole program will be scrapped.
Cool. No pressure.
Oh! I'm the first hero in the lineup. Let's go.
Sonar here.
That's the fucking goat right there, Sonar.
About being a Harvard graduate, like all Harvard graduates.
Who also orchestrated some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in U.S.
My god, my stats suck.
Also, sometimes he transforms into a fucking bat monster that would eat you ass first after he emptied your pension plan.
Oh my god, my stats are horrible. What is this? I guess it could be worse. He's smart. I'm pretty smart. What about my Mega Bat form? Oh yeah, that's good. That's much better. That's much better. I get dumb as shit and can't speak English anymore, but I can hit things, I guess.
Sun's balloon is stuck in a tree. Can you send someone?
Oh yeah, that's a job for Sonar. I might just send him to everything. Even things he's not suited for. A Sonar only run. He's the only guy I dispatch. Everyone else gets pinched. That's a really good point.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting a
Well, no, I think he has to transform to do that. I don't think he can do it.
Willem Vanderstank.
Oh, I'm very familiar with this guy.
Genius. Literally, he has a certificate.
You aren't a genius if you need a piece of paper that says you're a genius.
You're just jealous. This guy rules.
This guy does rule. I know a lot about Vanderstink, so definitely Sonar goes there.
Find my keys. We're good.
Yeah.
Take Wednesday.
This is going to be a perfect run.
What are you guys talking about?
I'd send Sonar if he was back. Actually, I can wait. He's on his way back. How'd I do? Yeah, you fucking bet.
You sure we don't work on
Actually perfect. Literally perfect. I've got the cheat sheet for Sonar.
Okay, what's going on with Sonar?
Oh, that, yeah. He kind of randomly turns into a monster sometimes.
Randomly.
We are working on controlling it.
Sonar transforms after returning from a call. His intellect swaps with combat and charisma swaps with vigor until next call. Wait, that sounds busted. So wait, if I just like juice up... My god, I'm gonna have... My character might actually be just unbelievably strong.
Washed up, drinking alone.
Sonar, the Homelander of Dispatch. Yeah.
Just a guy?
Hear that, Flambe? You got your ass kicked by just a guy.
All of you, shut the fuck up.
I feel like I don't need her to get +1 combat. I'm already fucking juiced here. I'm already off my gourd with combat. I feel like that's probably fine.
One date.
No. Do not ask again.
Hot.
Don't worry, Sonar gets laid. It's inevitable. No matter what choices you make, he gets pussy. I already recorded all the lines. Oh my god! I'm just gonna say it. Sonar has a 100% in every single mission so far. Easy.
Hey, Bobby. Here, William Vanderstink needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? I've been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
You can only choose one solution. Send literally anyone else, or send Sonar security. Are you fucking kidding me?
High-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
I'm absolutely sending Sonar, but I feel like I should level him up first. Because I think he has an upgrade point, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't, hold on, I can't see because I accidentally... Oh boy, hold on. Did I go Charisma or Intellect? Probably Charisma, right? Since I'm about to pitch him on some shit.
We're going to need you to protect Mr. Vanderstank from the Vanderstanker fan club.
That's the dumbest idea I've ever fucking heard. This team needs Sonar. Get in there, brother. I recorded so many Vanderstink lines. If I actually fail this, I'm going to be so disappointed somehow. If I somehow fail this, I'm going to be so disappointed. There's no way, though, right?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, man. You will not regret this.
Well, I didn't think I would until you said that.
A kid just robbed me. That little shit, I want him behind bars.
Alright, that sounds like a flambe mission. No, well, that was my better one.
Ugh, yeah, fine. Well, the best teacher is Fia.
How'd we do? How'd we do? The nerves are hitting Sonar and he's second-guessing his human meat alternative pitch. How should he approach it? Fuck. I feel like he's got incredible stories. A lot of the stories I told were just fucking improvised things, so I have no idea. Maybe they're bad. Maybe they're not good stories. But, god damn it, did we go on an adventure for those tales.
Make it
Tell
relatable.
a story.
You know, tell a story.
How'd we do? Oh, that was easy. You love the stories. Look how happy we are.
Damn it, this bitch is a gusher.
Be careful.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan. Never mind. Got any more great advice?
Oh, shit. I didn't even realize it was timed there. Imagine I just get her killed instantly. Shit. I couldn't decide right away.
Invisigal, just hold him off while I find a way to help.
Just send in Sonar.
Great fucking advice, Lieutenant.
I'm gonna take out the thief.
Granny doesn't even know how to shoot that thing. Take out the thief first. He's the only one with his finger on the trigger.
You know what? It's my life on the line.
I'm done listening to you. That thing's gonna blow that man's arm off,
And there's a whole building with me in it. Fuck off. I'm disarming the device.
No, Invisigal, that's a direct order.
I thought my plan made a lot of sense. Yeah, see, now we just got him shot.
Fuck. Fuck. Invisigal, you there? Come in, Invisigal.
Fuck, this guy's heavy.
Oh, they censored his butt cheeks.
Man of his own work. Oh.
Charisma. Oh, damn it! Fuck! I'm just gonna give it to Sonar. I'm just gonna juice the shit out of this guy. I'm gonna have him just be the superstar of the SDN. Enjoy your mobility point, brother. Fuck, if that was just charisma or intellect, it would have been so good. That would have been so huge for the build.
Hey.
Ah, shit.
What kind of superhero flinches? I didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
If you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too.
What makes you think my life has been any different? You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
Ooh, this is a big one.
Just disappear, okay? I actually have to face my problems.
What the fuck?
Go around. Ow, why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking why he
I can't believe they actually kept in my sounds.
You know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy's weird.
Yeah, he is. Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean to interrupt your little snack. What, do you need a pre-chew like a little baby bird, bitch?
You seriously?
I kind of ruined our relationship by saying that about the hiding herself, going invisible.
You think when that guy signed up for SD and they did result in the back of his ball sack getting scorched?
Oh,
They don't mention
it was
that
his
in the
nutsack.
First of all, the place was trashed when I got there. Second... Ah! Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
That was a really good prank, actually, opening the door and then coming back for that.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
That's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What happened to your nose?
Hmm?
Meaning to tell you.
Oh, fuck.
It's a little
Not
awkward
again.
to mention, but since
I can't handle more of this.
Blonde blazer.
Oh, it's even worse.
Are you ready to go? Who is this? I thought I'd cataloged all of your work companions.
Robert, this is my boyfriend. And I'm a man. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you
The
about.
Viltrumites. Yeah.
Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes, stations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us. I'm sure they could accommodate
Yes,
more,
absolutely.
special occasion like this.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that sounds just amazing. I would love to join.
Phenomenal.
Actually, I don't know if we can add one more to the reservation.
Hey, what the fuck?
Importantly, in order for us to get there in time, we'd have to hit supersonic speed, and Robert here.
Oh, would he die?
Yeah, I think he would die.
Oh, no.
Damn it.
Perhaps another time.
Yeah, for sure.
You should be with sonar anyway, by the way, Blonde Blazer.
Faster.
People that will find that boring. In the same way where Demon Slayer had a lot of flashbacks to tell a story that people apparently didn't like that much and kind of tuned out, I didn't have an issue with it, but a lot of people didn't like all the flashbacks. This movie doesn't have any of that. There's no flashbacks, but instead they do all of that, you know, fleshing out of these characters in real time across the movie. So actually maybe people will find that more appealing. But I just do think that there's a chance in the first half of this film where it is very, you know, mundane tasks that Denji goes on, like little dates with Makima and Reize, where people might find it to be uninteresting. But I think it's important to understand that without all of this character building and giving all of that time and attention to actually making people invested in the story and characters, all of the action and all of the beautiful mayhem in the second half would have felt a lot less meaningful. Action without a good story and good reason for it feels flat. And in this film, that is not the case at all, because they spent a lot of time and a lot of care building everything in the first half, so then the second half, it feels like an even bigger payoff watching it all unfold. Something else I feel people might bump on is, if you're not super familiar with Denji as a character, maybe you would be put off by how, like, highly sexual he views things. So, like, when he's, you know, conflicted on his feelings with Reize and Makima, he pictures them in, like, you know, lingerie type thing, and he sees 2 sets of boobs, that kind of thing. Though I would say in the context of the story, there's a real reason for that. Denji is a guy who has experienced nothing but misery and agony his entire life, and now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's turned around for him where he is, like, having friendly interactions with people, which has never happened, and now women are actually showing interest in him, which he never even thought was possible in the first place. But it turns out that these women are actually just using him. He is very easily manipulated because of how little experience he's ever had in his life, so they use, like, sexual shit as a way of controlling Denji and grooming him. So it does, like, make sense in the context of the story, but I do think that some people might be put off by that. Anyway, though, let's talk about the second half, because I think this is where everyone is going to be losing their fucking minds, throwing popcorn and how hype it was, because the entire second half of the film, the fights with Bomb Girl, are just incredible. Once Bomb Girl is introduced, once she comes into the fold, it is from that moment till the credits roll, fighting. She fights Aki, she fights fucking everybody, fucking civilians she starts throwing hands with. And Denji is teaming up with a shark fiend named Beam, and he rides the shark into battle with his chainsaw, like, wrapped around him, like the chainsaw blade that is, like, wrapped around him. It's so fucking cool. And not only is Bomb Girl fighting everybody, but she actually has a tag team partner named Typhoon, who, from the name you can probably guess, has the ability to basically controlling, like, the weather in, like, a typhoon. And it's just so chaotic and so fun. It's super, super hype. Also, big shout-outs to the music choice here. I heard Maximum the Hormone come on during one of the fight sequences, and that was a joy. I have not heard Maximum the Hormone in, good lord, who knows how long. But when Maximum the Hormone track started playing, my god, it was time to lock in. That's what Dankin said as well on stream. It really is super hype. The entire second half action is breathtaking. It is so, so good. I will say though, when Chainsaw Man is, like, directly fighting Typhoon, like, actually in the mega mix deep in it, since Typhoon is just, you know, flinging so much shit around, there's a lot happening visually. You know, Chainsaw Man's riding beam, this fucking giant shark in there, there's a lot happening. It can be a bit visually cluttered at times, but I don't think it ever reaches a point where you don't know what's happening and you can't see the action. I think it does a really good job of keeping everything, like, digestible, where you can easily tell what is going on. I just think when it gets to the Typhoon, like, towards the end of Typhoon fight there is so much that happens that it does get a little muddy, but never to a point where it was like, you know, what the fuck is happening? I just wanted to mention that there is a bit of clutter there with Typhoon in particular, towards, like, the final section there of him fighting Typhoon. But overall, I think this movie was great. I really, really liked it. And hopefully you don't think that this is just a biased perspective on it because of our partnership. I am very excited by the cheeky Chainsaw Man collaboration. Like I mentioned, it's out now. All of the soap smells amazing, and I'm very excited, very happy to be working with them. But that plays no role in my thoughts on this movie. If this partnership didn't exist with Cheeky and Chainsaw Man, I would still have the exact same feelings on this film. So, yeah. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah, I'm beating every Resident Evil game ever made. All 30 of them. The whole kit and caboodle. I think it's 30. It's like 28, 29, or 30. Somewhere in that ballpark. That's every mainline game, every spin-off, even the light gun arcade shooters, the Game Boy game. If Cool Math Games had a Resident Evil collab back in 2003 that got an official blessing, I'm playing that bitch too. I'm doing the entirety of this franchise and then ranking them from worst to best. That's right, it's a full-blown Resident Evil marathon, and so far I've completed 3 games. The first one was actually Resident Evil Reverse. I made this video going over it. It's an absolutely horrible multiplayer shooter they made, and the reason I started there is because it was on life support. They were already telling people that they were going to pull the plug on it, and I only had like 2 weeks to play it before it shut down. It's shut down now. They officially buried it on June 29th. So now that's nothing more than a distant memory, but I was able to get in there, get boots on the ground, and take one last tour around the cemetery here before it was put down for good. Side note, I think this game should still be accessible. Like, it is a game you put out there. It should be a game that is still able to be accessed. I'm not here just to regurgitate Stop Killing Games talking points, but this is another example. Even though the game is dog shit, it should still be playable once they're done showing support for it. Anyway, though, that was what kicked off the Resident Evil Marathon, and now I've really come in, like, full nuts to butts on it. I started Resident Evil 1, the OG, the one that started it all, 1996 PlayStation Resident Evil 1, and it was a banger. So I want to show you the highlights from that. If you want to see the whole playthrough, I've of course got it up on the Moist Critical Gaming channel, but I've now completed the OG and the remaster, but today I just want to show you the highlights from the OG because it is a timeless masterpiece. It actually still holds up really well and is super entertaining.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten.
Ugh, that is
Bravo team went
outlandish.
to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Is this new or old I just got here? This just came out recently. I think it was like last month. Fuck. I'm on the edge of my seat. What did you find? No! Get out of there! This is something David Cage could never successfully pull off. He's tried, but he'll never match it.
Chris Redfield.
Damn. Hardcore.
Valentine.
This must have been so fun to work on.
Barry Burton.
Barry!
Rebecca Chambers.
The gang's all here.
Albert Wesker. Resident Evil.
Most of the cast here was actually found on the streets in Japan. Well, I hit gold with this cast.
Stop it! Don't open that door!
Chris's.
Ah!
What is it?
No.
Maybe it's Chris.
You know, something I often think is that if you got into the industry back then, like back during this period, you got in at the perfect time because it was almost nothing but dog shit. Like, you didn't have to do anything special. Oh, classic. Is this the censored version or not? Let's see. Yep. We got the Weenie Hut Jr. version. Unlucky. I don't remember how to shoot, but I'll figure it out. Good start. Outplayed. Okay. So it's a process. Hold R1. Oh my god. Stay dead! No! Something I find very beautiful about these old PlayStation games is oftentimes the shit just like gets all cattywampus. So like I turn Jill to the side, now she looks like fucking Flat Stanley. And then if I turn her more like this, her face just constantly changes. I don't think there's any celebrity on the planet that's done more damage to their reputation over the last couple of years than Will Smith. His name has become synonymous with cringe. He discovers new ways to embarrass himself that most scientists didn't even think possible. It's baffling because the call is coming from inside the house. He is the one that is making the conscious decision to open himself up like Goatsy for everyone to take a peek inside, and it is irresistible to point and laugh at what we find. Like, he is the human manifestation of asbestos, where asbestos was once like this really celebrated thing, but over time, as more information came out about it, people realized, oh, this isn't very good. That's what's been happening with Will Smith. Like, I remember growing up, he was like an idol to so many people. And over the last, I'd say like 5 to maybe like 6 or 7 years, he has just become laughable. It just seems like he's stuck in a perpetual humiliation ritual of his own making. And now, his new thing is promoting his tour with AI images of concert goers. So I don't know how many of you know this, Will Smith is on tour right now, he's back making music, and he's got some finger-wiggling boner jams like, I Like Pretty Girls. And he's on tour right now, and he just posted on his official YouTube channel a clip that features an AI-generated crowd. I had to mute the audio, obviously, but there are definitely real people that are going to his tour. I don't think the number is as great as him and his team want it to be, so for their promotional material for the tour, they resort to showing AI-generated crowds cheering and going ballistic for Will Smith. And it's blatantly obvious that it's AI. This is some turbo insecure activity right here. Like, this is an actual, like, midlife crisis meltdown moment where he's like, the numbers aren't where I wanted to be. Let's go ahead and fudge it with some AI-generated crowd reactions that love me. It's so fucking odd. I imagine you can see a lot of AI here already. There's, of course, real people that are spliced in here too. But just take a look at this, for example. This clip has me feeling like I hit the crack pipe while on ayahuasca. Like, look at this image. Like, here, we'll just start zooming in a couple of different places. Like, here, look over in this direction. What in tarnation? What the hell are you even looking at when it comes to this? Who is this? Looks like the scary monster that would chase you around in an amnesia horror game. All the people around her too are all anamorphing. If you go in any direction in this section of the video, this is exactly what you'll find. Over on this side of the freak show in the Sea of Monsters, things get really weird. Everyone has completely blended into some like amorphous blob. There's one guy here in front of this gray shirt man that looks like Asmongold got hit with like an anvil that flattened him. And then if you go above him, you'll find like a Neanderthal with his arms pumped up and Jeffrey Epstein taking cover behind him. It is clearly AI, and it's very reminiscent of early AI video footage, like with Will Smith eating spaghetti. It's like one-to-one with that. Because, especially in that, like, last shot there, everyone in the crowd looks identical to that painting you see in every horror game, Saturn devouring his son. It is crazy just how bad the AI crowd is here in his own promotional video. He is just shamelessly using an AI crowd to promote his tour and how, like, emotional it's been. Like, this is why I do it. For this. And then it's like that lady that has like 45 different hands while everyone around her is getting fucking morphed into some giant amalgamation of flesh and bone. It's so pathetic. I really cannot wrap my head around how nobody on his team nor himself saw this and thought, probably a bad idea. People are gonna know this is AI. Like, I don't know how that notion never once crossed their minds. Because, again, it's not even like it's good AI where it's, like, indistinguishable from reality. It is clearly an AI crowd in a lot of these shots. And that makes the tour look so bad. It makes it feel like nobody is going. That's the perception now. I guess no one's going to Will Smith's tours because they can't even find enough crowd shots to fill a fucking 58-second promotional video for it. I really cannot believe that he would be in such a bad state financially that he would have to resort to something like this. Like, he was like one of the biggest actors in Hollywood for so long. Like, top tier A-list actor. He's gotta have unfathomable wealth. Why is he doing this? Like, one has to wonder what has brought him to this. And like the endless amounts of embarrassing shit that he himself won't stop talking about. Like, I'm not just gonna regurgitate all of his past scandals and like weird behavior and weird stuff, but he himself loves to bring that kind of shit up. Seems to like to wallow in that. Like, he plays around in the pig pen of past controversies proudly. So even years later, he will bring up that incident with Chris Rock where he went on stage and slapped the shit out of him like he was trying to fucking neuralize him via the 5 fingers to the face. Like, he is the one that will bring up things like the slap and all of that. It makes no sense. It feels like he loves when people are laughing at him as opposed to with him. I don't get it. I really don't know. Anyway, just found this silly. Wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
Barry and Jill together.
Kissing. Here we go. We're going in. Yeah, this is the final area. Oh, close. Oh boy, there's a lot. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, my moves! There's no way. There's no way I'm not. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking rip it. Holy shit. Give me the code! What the fuck? No shot I get out of this. And I get the paper. I don't know what the paper is, but I'm getting the lore. Give me that fax. Man, they jumped my ass in there. Holy.
Jill!
Barry! How the fuck did you find me?
Jill, you're here too.
Yes, you're here too?
Look.
Excellent conversation.
I lost my way.
Let's get going. Wesker?
Wesker?
You did a fine job, Barry.
Just as
No!
I thought.
I actually didn't know Barry was bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Stay away from Barry, Jill. I hear that his wife and 2 daughters will be in danger if he doesn't do everything I tell him to.
You are so cruel.
Well, you don't have to worry about anything, because you'll be free from this world very soon, Jill.
No, Wesker, don't do it. We don't have to do this.
You have to destroy stars. So you're a slave of Umbrella now, along with these virus monsters.
Yep.
I think you misunderstand me, Jill. To me, the monsters you mentioned mean nothing. Barry, go up on the ground and wait there.
Barry, I'm so disappointed. You've made me very upset here, Barry.
Barry's such a fool. He'll be under the control of Umbrella forever. I'm going to show you the tyrant.
No! No! Barry! I knew I could trust you.
Barry!
Sorry, Jill.
How is your family?
I was listening to what you and Wesker were talking about. I wish I realized it earlier. I thought it must have something to do with Umbrella, you know.
Okay.
So it's all been masterminded by him. It would look bad for Stars if we let such a dangerous creature run loose.
Maybe you're right. Let's go then.
What? Oh my god. It's fire. The writing is just so fire. That's incredible. My god. It's the ultimate biological weapon. Ugly man. Tyrant's talking to it. It's like a nutcracker with its mouth. Excellent plan, Barry. We defeated him.
Damn you!
Oh, Barry! God! The camera switching is making this far hard. Really? Oh, nice, I got him. Barry, we did it! The ultimate biological weapon actually went down a lot easier than the snake
Barry?
from earlier.
Barry! You're alive!
Nothing can stop Barry.
I'm really embarrassed.
He healed himself, though. Really, Barry's the ultimate biological weapon. This guy's like Wolverine here with his regenerative capabilities. Can you land it, Brad? I'm almost out of time. No! Tyrant's back. Okay, play it real safe. Let's just rip this. Fuck. Oh! Okay. Quite the lunge. This is gonna be tough. I'm probably gonna have to go get some fucking heals. Oh! Oh god, the camera. Jesus. Oh my god! Yeah, there's just no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. What? Whoa, I'm stuck! Ah, god damn it! I can't see. Stop! Stop changing the camera so fucking much! Jesus Christ! I'm trying to stay like in the middle of the helipad, so that way the camera won't be so egregious with its swaps that it likes to make. But it's still doing like the craziest swaps. What? This is unbelievable. Holy fuck. Oh my god, stop switching the camera! Fuck! Oh my god! Why is there 20 different camera angles here? That's gonna hit. It's just, that is a guaranteed hit when he does that move. That's the only move I can dodge, is that one. That is the only dodgeable move. That's gonna hit. I don't know. I'm super out of ideas. What the fuck? What the fuck? I am literally just trying to run around. But that move is completely undodgeable. If he throws out that move, it's going to hit. That one is the only dodgeable move. What he's doing right now is going to hit. No matter what. No matter what, that's going to hit. Someone said it's every 9 steps. That doesn't help me. I know, I can count his steps. But he only has one dodgeable move, and it's that. When he does the one that hits behind him and throws me to the side, you cannot dodge it. Like that? Like what? I was literally behind him and it still hits. Like, there's just, I don't know what you're supposed to do about that other than just have enough health to tank it. That's gonna hit. Because he goes until it hits. It's every 9 steps. What does that matter? How does that help me? How does that help me if I can't dodge it? It does not help me. That move is the only dodgeable move. Like that right there. I'm gonna try and... Oh my god, I actually got around him from the camera. It's just fucking random if you actually get to avoid it. It is just completely fucking random if you get to avoid it or not. There it comes.
It's coming! Jill! Kill that monster! You're our Amazon, Jill!
Thanks, Brad. Well, no, okay, that time he went the entire length of the arena and never stopped, huh? It is actually just random. It is completely random. So here it comes. And you just gotta pray.
It's coming! Jill! Kill that monster! You're our Amazon, Jill!
Huge. Huge. Fucking huge. Finally. That was fucking unreal. There is just no way to dodge that attack. It is just random if you get through it. Unless you're animation canceling, I guess. That is probably the only way. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. You're gonna be used to the tank controls now? Bullshit I am. The tank controls are still fucking baloney. Even in their clip, they don't show the person dodging that one move. The move that hits like 4,000 degrees around the arena that is a locked-on basic command grab. They didn't show it either. That shit just can't be dodged. 4.5 hours, huh? We did that saveless. Anybody remember Atari? You know, the gaming company that pretty much started video games as a mainstream hobby? Well, they are embarrassing now. I don't know if any of you ever keep up, because I know you don't hear about them, because they don't really do anything, and when they do, it's a catastrophic failure from all that I can find. But the most recent thing that they're peddling is an Atari Hotel, which is apparently some kind of licensed partnership with some developers where they're going to be making a gamer hotel, and they used an AI video to showcase it. It is a blatant, obvious, fake thing that even as a concept piece, I think kind of falls flat on its tits, where it basically wants to be an all-encompassing gamer utopia where you have RGB rooms and you have an esports venue, a concert venue, a sports venue where you can bet on sports and watch the big games, and arcade cabinets out the wazoo. And they have this AI-generated video that probably took them like 45 seconds to make to show all of this. Man, my god, does it look like shit. Everything about it is terrible, but the most shameless part is they are using this as a pitch piece to try and get every Joe Schmo out there that happens to stumble across it to give them $500 as an investment so they can be an investor in Atari hotels, and they have it structured like a Kickstarter thing where you can go all the way up to like $50,000 where you give them 50 grand and you get a brick. It's so fucking stupid. This company has to have one of the hardest fall-offs in corporate history. Like, at least Blockbuster, when it fell off, it had the dignity of dying with its boots on. Atari has just existed in a pitiful state for decades now. And despite not doing anything like meaningful for decades, their brand is still extraordinarily recognizable. That's how big they used to be. Yet they can't do anything good with it. So now they have this shit slapped on there for a hotel project that I think absolutely is dead on arrival and will crash and burn if they ever even get it off the ground. To be e-begging as Atari hotels is so laughable. Seeing the latest gaming scam, the Atari Hotel. They have Atari Hotels Official. We're building someone no one else has, the world's first Atari hotel. This sounds familiar.
Something bold is rising in downtown Phoenix.
You love to hear the immediate AI voiceover. Very cool. That inspires confidence. Atari Hotels launches regulation offering inviting fans and community to own a piece of the future of hospitality. Well, maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe this is awesome.
The world's first Atari hotel.
Can't even say the name right.
For as little as $500. Set in the heart of the city's arts and entertainment district, where culture, nightlife, and creativity collide. Rising at the intersection of Roosevelt and Central, with a walk score of 95, this will become the pulse of downtown. Picture yourself on our rooftop pool deck, surrounded by music, energy, and skyline views. Step inside, every space tells a story. An immersive playground built for gamers, dreamers, and creators.
Nice. This is already looking really cool. You had a bunch of fucking mutants in here. Nothing tells me surefire success quite like having nothing to show besides AI-generated renders. Yes, I can't wait to book my $500 stay right now. Here's an article written about it. Let's see. Atari Hotels, a first-of-its-kind immersive entertainment and hospitality venue, today announced the launch of its Regulation A Tier 2 equity offering, giving fans, gamers, and community a chance to become true owners. Yep. Throw that in the wastebasket right away. That's a load of fucking barnacles. Scam! Scam! Atari Hotels recently acquired over 1 acre of land in Phoenix's arts and entertainment district, Roosevelt Row, seeking between $35 to $40 million to fund the development of its flagship location. How is it reimagining hospitality for modern gaming, pop culture, and sports? What is it doing? Adding RGB? Is that it? That's how they're reimagining it? Does it say?
An entertainment experience like no other. Your ultimate all-in-one destination.
How is it like no other? Tell me.
Next-gen suites, where comfort meets the latest in gaming and streaming tech. Catch every moment in our next-level sportsbook and gaming lounge, where competition meets connection. From live concerts to esports battles, our 2,000
esports battles in Atari Hotels? How stupid do you think I am? Yeah, I'm sure.
1,000+ person event center is built for unforgettable nights. Here, nostalgia collides with the future. Classic icons.
Damn, look at this arcade! Holy shit! I got like a whole closet full of cabinets. Reimagined fun.
Be a part of it with as little as $500. You can own a piece of Atari Hotels Phoenix. Atari Hotels. Play, stay, live the game. Brought to life by Intersection Development, with over $350 million of projects built right here in this neighborhood. Designed by Rack House, where architecture becomes emotion, and every space is an experience. Masterpiece designs by Top Rank Original. Design tough, built tough.
Design tough, built tough for tough gamers, god damn it. Wow. I'm investing, I have to. I'm losing money not investing in this, my god. It'll fuse nostalgia culture with futuristic technology from high-tech guest rooms and creator studios to 2,000+ person esports and concert venues, sportsbook, and layers of immersive bars, restaurants, and shopping. With $14 million invested to date in the Phoenix project, Atari Hotels is inviting the public to join in on the next phase. A strategic decision to accelerate development while building a deeply engaged community of stakeholders. The Reg A offering provides participants with actual real estate ownership, including preferred returns and access to exclusive experiences starting at a minimum investment of $500. So they have invested $14 million. We're coming up on a very special 5-year anniversary for a personal journey of mine. If it was alcoholism, I'd be getting a chip for this achievement right now, but I'm receiving a very different kind of gift for it. First, I need to ask, though, what have you done for 5 years straight with unwavering discipline and gusto? Mewing? Maybe? Yeah, and what do you have to show for it, tough guy? You still got that soft chin. What about jelking? You a big jelker? Spent the last 5 years in the laboratory desperately trying to put a few inches on that pathetic little meat of yours? Well, what if I told you that 5 years could have been better spent doing what I was doing? Watching One Piece from start to current. Over 1,100 episodes. Please, hold your applause, I'm no hero. I just did what I thought needed to be done to finally stop getting bombarded with the question of why I didn't like One Piece. I started this journey 5 years ago, which feels like the blink of an eye now in the grand scheme of my One Piece journey, because I had tried numerous times to get into it and just never fell in love with it. But every time I would stream, I'd always be getting the question about, what's wrong with you, Charles? You gotta screw loose to not like One Piece. So I started it out of spite, and I gotta tell you, sports fans, the first year or so of that journey, for the first, 200 to 300 episodes, were brutal. Trying to stay awake watching those arcs was a more difficult boss battle than trying to kick a heroin addiction. It was tough. But I pushed through, I persisted, and I've been giving you steady updates like once a year since, because after about 300 episodes, I did fall in love with One Piece. Experts may call it Stockholm Syndrome. I call it just objective improvements in the show itself. And I understand in the manga, everyone always says this, the pacing for the earlier arcs is just significantly better in the manga as opposed to the anime. And I imagine they're probably right, but I'd committed to watching the show. And I think once we start getting into Water 7 territory, the show really hits its stride. And it maintains that. The show does get a drastic improvement not only in animation, but in pacing, and I genuinely think everything in it starts to elevate. So I'm extremely happy I did push through and catch up with the show, because it is extraordinary. So now that I'm caught up, I'm just going to give you all of my thoughts, kind of like as a all-encompassing debriefing, because like I said, I've been giving you yearly-ish updates on my One Piece progress. But I just want to put a nice little bow on all my thoughts on One Piece as a whole. And I guess I'll get into the nitty-gritty here, the spaghetti and meatballs of Egghead specifically, since that's obviously the most recent arc. But anyway, overall, I love One Piece, like I said. I think the show offers some extremely high highs, but with that comes some lows as well. In particular, Fishman Island. That is my least favorite arc in the entire series. I hated that. That was a slog to get through, and I found so little to like about Fishman Island. And I know I've yapped quite a bit about my disdain for that arc and I'm not going to go too deep into it here, but just know that shit is poop. I do not like the green eggs and ham of Fishman Island. But my favorite arcs are as followed, in this order. My favorite arc is Marineford, followed by Innie's Lobby, followed by Dressrosa. And the more thought I put into it, the harder it became to choose what are my definitive favorite arcs, because there are some turbo bangers in here. So it's always been a bit fluid, but the one that's never changed as my favorite arc is Marineford. That one's pretty unbeatable, but the rest have kind of moved here and there, ebbed and flowed. And I know Dressrosa in particular is a bit of a contentious pick to be in my top 3 arcs. Worth noting, I watched One Piece, so it cut out a lot of filler, which Dressrosa was apparently famous for. I didn't get that experience. I got just a really high quality, very compelling arc that I loved from start to finish. So maybe my Dressrosa experience was very different than a normal anime watcher's experience if they watched all the filler and stuff. One Piece did an extraordinary job of keeping everything flowing, keeping it moving, and it was great. I really, really like that arc, but I don't think anything will probably ever beat Marineford. I mean, I guess I can't say for sure because I don't know where One Piece is going to go, but Marineford was just a culmination of everything that had been building for so long in an extremely satisfying and emotional arc. This arc also opened my third eye to a painful revelation that I may not know what the One Piece is yet, but I do know what the one truth is, that Mihawk is a fraud. Mihawk clashed briefly with Vista in the Marineford arc, and it became abundantly clear that this man might just not be the world's greatest swordsman. Maybe he's like King from One Punch Man, where everyone just perceives him as this unbeatable, indomitable force of nature, but in reality, he's just not. We haven't seen Mihawk do a single fucking thing since he clashed with Zoro at the Baratie, like, 20 years ago. Like, it is so sad. Like, it is actually just so sad. He just gets by on aura and aura alone. Speaking of world's greatest swordsman, for the longest time throughout this series, my favorite character was Zoro. But now that I'm finally caught up, it's still Zoro. It was then and it is now. People like to boil him down to just being like a very one-dimensional flat character, but I just think that they're not watching the same show. That's so disingenuous. I can recognize that his motivations and a lot of the side quests, we'll call them, that he goes on are simpler than the rest of the crew, but that doesn't mean that he lacks as much depth as they have. I think Zoro is a perfect character to contrast the rest of the crew, and I always appreciate where he ends up throughout the arcs. My favorite villain is Doflamingo, but my most slept-on superstar is Magellan. I'm somewhat of a Magellan maniac. I believe that if that man could get off the toilet for even just an additional 3 or so hours and they'd let him spread his fucking wings outside of his prison, that man could be an actual threat. Now, of course, it's just pure delusion and hopium to believe that we might see him again engaging in the overall plot of One Piece. I think his role is kaput. He himself is a prisoner of the shitter, and he will probably never leave Impelled Down. But I think if he ever did, he would genuinely be an extremely powerful character, even in like the current landscape of things. My most controversial take on One Piece is that Sabo is genuinely a fanfic character that you have to suspend disbelief in order to accept his presence in this series. I really, like, the more and more I think about Sabo, the less and less sense it makes for him to even be here. Just this secret third brother that just happens to pop up out of nowhere, and somehow he is the well-known second in command of the Revolutionary Army, a world-famous group, and yet somehow Ace, who himself is extremely notorious and high-ranking in the Whitebeard Pirates, never knew Sabo was alive? Was Ace illiterate? Maybe, but even if he was illiterate, why the fuck couldn't he see pictures in a newspaper? Did he never hear Sabo's name, even though apparently everyone knew about Sabo, who he was in the Revolutionary Army? And there was never anything in Ace's ear that was like, wait, Sabo, it's ringing a bell. My brother. It just doesn't compute, and especially the timing makes it even more fishy, where it feels like the sole reason behind Sabo's presence in the story is that he was drummed up, conjured as a replacement to Ace. He just happens to come through after Ace's death. He also gets Ace's devil fruit. It really feels like Sabo's entire purpose was just to be a Ace replacement. And the way Sabo even is used in the story itself is very odd. He's kind of here as like this all-powerful, damn near omniscient presence who can do everything and is used exclusively for like these fake-out moments. So like, he goes to the world government and like, the 5 elders attack him, he might be dead, but he's not dead. He's on an island, the island gets blown up, Sabo might be dead, he's not dead. It's like, it's very weird. Sabo as a character just doesn't really fit with the rest of the characters One Piece introduces, and it just feels like the way in which he is put into the story feels very forced and very out of left field. Now, not to be confused with me being a Sabo hater, I don't even really dislike him or anything. It just feels very odd how he gets into this story in the first place and the way in which he is used in the story. But his scenes are hype. Like, it is a cool sequence when he, like, tries to save Cobra and everything. Like, it is cool to watch, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense how we even got to that point with Sabo in the first place is all. But still are cool sequences with Sabo, and I do think that he is an interesting character. Anyway, though, let's now dive into Egghead. So when I was first watching Egghead, I was a pretty vocal Scrooge on it. I didn't really love the first half of the Egghead arc. The second half, however, significantly better and much more invested. I think the second half of Egghead has been really, really, really good. First half, bit of a snoozer, but I do think it was necessary to eat your vegetables first here in this case because it does help lay the foundation and build the stakes for what comes in the second half. But yeah, I really was not liking the first half of Egghead. I really didn't like the Seraphim, by the way. I didn't think that they were a strong addition to the One Piece story. Vegapunk, love Vegapunk. I love everything with Stella. I think that is so good, and I really think I can't remember if I've been doing spoilers when going through my One Piece journey. I think for the most part I have been, because a lot of the arcs that I've been covering are like fucking 15 years old. But I don't know if I should do spoilers for Egghead since it's still fresh. I'll try and I'm gonna have to get into spoilers. There's no way I can talk about some of the things I didn't like about it without getting into spoilers. Let's start with the things that I really liked. Kuma's backstory. My oh my, did they hit a grand slam with Kuma's backstory. That is probably the peak flashback. I don't want to use the word arc because it's not a flashback arc, but peak emotional character backstory so far in the show. I thought they really crushed Kuma's story. It is tragic from top to bottom, and his whole existence in the show is just agony. And even where he ends up in Egghead here, there's nothing happy about it. For a character that himself is so positive, despite everything he went through as a child, with his parents and himself being enslaved and them being killed in front of him, with his father being murdered in front of him, still trying to find the light and still holding on to the hope of that legendary hero that will come to save them, and then trying to make a difference with the revolutionary army and saving people, and then himself still being dealt such a bad hand. There's always fingers crossed, hoping something finally goes Kuma's way, but it never does. Even when he's raising Bonnie, she's gonna die if he doesn't give over his humanity to the world government, to Vegapunk, to turn into this soulless killing machine, basically. The Pacifista program, all based around him, a weapon for the government. And he does it out of love for his daughter. But to save her, he had to abandon her. And then she went on her own pirate journey quest. Now she's gotten the truth, wants revenge on the 5 elders who were overseeing the program, in particular, Saturn. And Saturn becomes like our main big bad of the arc, and I think he's a really good villain. And he's not alone. There are other villains there like Rob Lucci and Kaku, whom I do think they're good villains, but I didn't like the flip-flopping so many times there. I think that was a little overdone. I get why it's there. Stussy also being there. Her role was very cool. That was quite the plot twist reveal there with her role and everything. But even though I like Rob Lucci and Kaku, like their presence there, the amount of flip-flopping I think was just a bit excessive. But in addition to their presence being there, there's also Kizaru. And Kizaru is a very interesting villain because prior to this, we'd always seen him as just like this callous, uncaring, calm, cold, bad guy. Like, do I need to kill them? Fine, I suppose it would be stimulating. I am a little bored. Here I go, reluctantly killing for the sake of the government. And that's all you ever really got, so you're under the impression that he's just like this guy who will do pretty much everything and he won't feel anything. Just basically a heartless bad guy. Well, here we get a lot more fleshing out, a lot more backstory, and it turns out he is actually somewhat intertwined deeply with Bonnie, Kuma, Vegapunk. So when he is tasked by Saturn to kill Vegapunk and Bonnie, he really doesn't want to. You can start to see emotion in this character. When he does ultimately kill Vegapunk, he is anything but happy. And it feels like there's almost this sense of relief when Luffy is able to actually overpower him. And he makes like the treasonous decision to feed Luffy when Luffy was, out of energy, out of power, so that we can continue to fight against Saint Saturn. So we got a lot more out of him, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'm so curious to see what his motivations are. What does he want? What is his goal? What is he doing? It's so good the way a lot of these things were built up and how they were executed here so far in Egghead. This is also the arc in which we get the most exposition on the Void Century and filling in the blanks for everything that's been happening that has been a mystery to this point, like with the Poneglyphs, Joy Boy. Vegapunk gives a final message to the entire world, revealing so much information, much to the chagrin of the Five Elders, whom show up at Egghead to try and put the kibosh on the broadcast and shut everything down because they can't have these secrets getting out about what's happened in the past. It's just really satisfying now because it feels like we're finally starting to see the big picture. We're starting to get these breadcrumbs to follow for what it all means and what actually happened 800-900 years ago. Who is Joy Boy and everything? Who are the Five Elders in Emu? Like, what is all of this? It's so, it's hard to not wait on bated breath for the next episode and the next big reveal. Oh, also, one of my earlier complaints with this show, the whole series, is that there was always this hesitation to kill someone, even if their role in it had been finished, their whole arc. Arlong or someone. Pretty much a villain who served their purpose that I don't think we'll ever see again. The show still had a tendency to just, knock them out and move on. They fainted, and that's it. Never to be seen again. And they did that with every character, not just villains, but any character I thought that they were setting up for a death, didn't die, most notably Pell, so long ago. And I get with Pell there was a lot of stuff going on at the time there with Pell, which maybe led for him not ultimately facing a demise there. I get that, but that's just another example that I'm pulling from. There are countless others of characters that I thought should have died there to amplify the emotional stakes of what was being built to. With Egghead, though, no longer does it feel like there is a hesitation to kill off characters. There is a lot of character deaths in here that I didn't expect, that I didn't see coming, that are important characters, so it really does feel like we're reaching the end game here. I just wanted to make a mention of that. No longer is that a complaint I have with recent One Piece. They are actively killing characters. It feels like it's getting much more intense. Now, one of my biggest complaints so far about Egghead, though, and it's not even in the first half, it actually is in the second half, bringing all 5 elders here, I think just kind of made them seem weaker than they are. So, I like Saint Saturn as a villain. I think he's a great villain. But him actually fighting Luffy, he looks like a bitch. And I get Luffy, as the new Joy Boy, is supposed to be absolutely fucking stomping this man. He's basically blue waffling all over Saint Saturn. It's not even really a contest. But Saint Saturn as a fighter is really underwhelming. He's basically like the Derek Zoolander of the One Piece universe. He has one move. He has one look. And it's just by throwing out his little spider legs, and that's it. He doesn't do anything besides that. Even when he's not fighting Luffy and he's like going after the rest of the Straw Hat crew, he can't even like kill them because he's only using his spider legs and nothing else. And then he's like, oh, this is a waste of my fucking time. I'm just going to run. So he does. So he goes to the next thing. These insects, I won't bother with them. Like, it just makes him look like not a very terrifying presence. And when they brought the other 5 elders in there, the same phenomenon happened where, because now there's so many, they can't give a whole lot of focus to them. So instead, they all only do one thing. Workery, I think, is the best example of that. That fucking goober is the equivalent to that goddamn Rick and Morty butter robot whose only purpose is to serve butter. All Workery can do is go into boar form and charge. That is all they show him doing. All he does is just charge. So like when the Giants arrive, which, by the way, super hype. I'm extremely excited that Elbaf is being brought into the mega mix here. Bragi Dory back in the fold now. It's very exciting that they're there. They're having a good time. They're super powerful. And Workery, all he does is just charge and headbutt. That's it. It just makes him seem kind of lame. He's like a E-Honda player in Street Fighter 6 just spamming that one headbutt special. That is all Workery does. So like it just makes it feel like he's not really a threat. He only can do one thing and he's not even succeeding at it. Like he's not even doing a good job with headbutting. And that's just so underwhelming for these 5 elders whom we have this entire time been led to believe probably the most fearsome, terrifying creatures on the fucking face of that planet. And yet here all 5 of them are just getting toyed with, really. Getting laughed at, getting blasted around. Like, they can't even stop a broadcast. Like, they can't even find the transponder snail and destroy enough things to stop it. Granted, they have to be a little careful with the Mother Flame, I get that. But they just don't look as strong as we've been led to believe, because now all 5 of them were here, still basically getting embarrassed. Like, so far there hasn't been a moment where I'm actually concerned about a character because of the 5 elders' presence, because they're just not good at doing anything they aim to do here. I think it would have just been far stronger if it was only Saint Saturn who was up against everyone, the Giants, Luffy, the Straw Hat crew, all while trying to stop Vegapunk's desperate broadcast to the rest of the world to get the truth out there. And Saint Saturn, against all these odds, is still making it a close fight. That, I think, would have been a really strong showcase for the 5 elders and how scary they can be, that one of them is able to go against all of the strongest in the universe there. But the fact that all 5 show up and still can't succeed, it makes it seem like, well, Luffy will probably end up just fucking dog-walking them at some point. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're as terrifyingly powerful as I thought they were now. Whereas, again, if it was just Saturn there, I'd be left thinking like, damn, this is just one of them able to, do so much across all of Egghead here. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the other 4 get involved. But now I don't have to imagine. I know what happens when the other 4 get involved. Still fucking nothing. They still can't, kill even, a giant or anything. They can't stop a broadcast. They can't do shit. It just makes it feel like the 5 elders are just kind of weak. That's just, my main complaint so far with Egghead. It kind of took a lot of the oomph out of the 5 elders. Anyway, though, that's really, my only major complaint with the second half of Egghead. Like I said, didn't love the first half, but maybe it just wasn't my cup of tea. There's really nothing in there in particular I think was bad. Even with the 5 elders, I don't think it's bad. It's just, I don't know, it felt a little underwhelming given how much had been built up about them is all. But overall, I think it's a very strong arc, and I'm really, really happy that I caught up to One Piece and I get to enjoy this in real time now as we're entering, the end of this legendary series. I think it's a masterpiece. I will say, though, I don't expect anyone to follow suit and, force themselves to watch 300 episodes if they're not enjoying it. I think it's totally fine if you just don't like One Piece after X amount of episodes to just say it's not for you and be done with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I probably would have done the same thing if it wasn't for me being so spiteful. I probably wouldn't have pushed through as hard as I did, and then I did actually fall in love with it. Again, not Stockholm Syndrome, just an acquired taste. My taste buds got a little more refined is all, as the show got better. Anyway, I just wanted to give you this yearly update here, basically. Fully caught up, we fucking did it. That's really about it. So, yeah. That was a Black Beetle challenge. Haven't seen that in a while, have ya? I'm dusting off the classics. Wait until I bust out the Harlem Shake and the flash mob in a public library. Speaking of things you haven't seen in a while, how about I show you something you've probably never seen and you will most likely never see again. They don't call me the bad boy of Magic the Gathering for nothing. You may not know it, but you're looking at the 8th wonder of the world. That, my friends, is a pristine, and by pristine I mean pretty trashed box of revised Magic the Gathering cards. This is an authentic, straight from the early 90s box from the early days of Magic the Gathering, and we cracked this artifact open for the sake of our series Box Brawl, where we're going through and opening every single set in Magic the Gathering history, and then playing a 4-player brawl game with our pulls from the box. We've been doing this for, coming up on 2 years now. We've done like 80 sets or something like that, and we had Tolarian Community College, the professor, come out for a very special one, because Revised is the box that is nearest and dearest to his boners. And what better way to accommodate the professor than giving him a little piece of his upbringing. So when we do boxes like this, I like to yap about it over here and show you highlights from it. I don't want to spoil too many of the pulls or like the game itself that we played, because it actually was a fucking ass greaser. It was an exhilarating game of Magic, and the pulls, I'll spoil, they hurt you. They hurt you down to your soul, because this is a $15,000 box of Magic cards. And, well, the pulls, let's just say, left a lot to be desired in terms of that. The box definitely wasn't resealed. I don't think I got scammed. I think I just got extraordinarily lucky, and I probably drove the price of all of the other boxes up by getting this one out of circulation, out of the population. I've had it for about 2 years now. And now we can definitively say that I had the worst possible box of Revised imaginable. So it's only up from there for all the other remaining boxes in the wild. But anyway, that's not to say every pull was bad. We did still have some heat, just nothing crazy. The game itself, though, was amazing. So yeah, if you want to watch the entire kit and caboodle, the whole opening, the entire game, which I highly recommend you do, I'll put a link to the skill check video in the description. Without the professor, Magic dies with this set. He saved it by himself by spending all of his lunch money on packs.
I was YouTubing back in 1994, it's true.
So I also cashed in a favor from the professor, you might remember from a year ago. He's gonna show Hole at some point in this video!
Whoa, what? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, if anyone knows what it means, it's this guy.
Herd Ape.
Wow.
Wow. Mountain.
Wow, they give you a lot of land
much
in
mountain.
In
Erg Raiders, Sea Serpent. Is that my rare? No, that's an uncommon. I think it's the Erg Raiders.
Nice.
Island. Stone Rain.
Nice.
Stone Rain guy.
Stone Rain guy.
Grey Ogre.
I think at the start we're going to be going through everything, but probably once we've seen all of the cards, we'll be going a little.
Soul Ring.
That's page 1.
Wow.
Page 1. Zach, what is Soul Ring on page 1?
It's like $20, I think. It's like $20.
Dude, it's like $20. Fuck.
Yes. I'm almost back to making up for the investment. We got the Troll, more land.
Dwarven Warriors.
Dwarven Warrior. Healing Salve.
Banger.
Drudge Skeleton. Regeneration.
That is one of the best arts ever.
The Regeneration?
That art is... No, the Regeneration.
Oh, wow.
That art on Regeneration, come on, that's so kick-ass.
That is very 90s. Spell Blast. Fire Breathing. More lands. Unholy Strength. And then... Circle of Protection White.
Sorry, a lot of these cards. Yes! I felt like
Bears.
Oh my god, there's a Pestilence? What are we doing?
That's still played in Pauper.
What are we doing?
Pestilence is a good deck in Pauper.
What are we doing, dude?
With so many lands.
Merfolk!
Oh my god, I actually play that one still.
Not that one.
Conversion. All mountains are considered basic planes. It's an enchantment.
That's great.
That's so good. That's powerful.
Wall of Air. Basalt Monolith.
Wow.
That's a banger.
Weirdly enough, I think Brain Geyser is page 1. Just
Brain Geyser.
It's just like $7.
Death Ward.
Where are the dual lands, dude?
Forest. Power Sink. Like from that guy. Hill Giant. Plains.
Scrib Sprites.
Scrib Sprites. Wow.
I wished so badly there was Fairy Tribal.
1/1
We could not make it happen.
Unstable Mutation.
Cool.
Shatter.
Giant Spider.
Hey, that's
Thank goodness
cool.
Matt is out here.
Little World.
That's a banger.
That's my commander, baby.
That's a banger.
It's also the best Llanowar art ever.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's
Quite
so
cool.
good. I think.
All right.
So we'll look.
I've got double wall. Water
there it
elemental.
is.
Finally.
Let's go. The cheapest.
Yep. The actual worst duel. But we got there.
Well, if you don't want it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm gonna... It's like old AI imagery. You know what I mean? It's so odd, but like charming.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Love it. Iconic Resident Evil line
Thanks.
right there.
Maybe I'll need it.
You don't find writing like that anymore. It's a lost art.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall.
No! Oh! Ow, 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 ooh, ooh, ooh! I didn't know that's what happens there. That's pretty cool. Why did we wait so long to do that? If we could have just fucking soccer kicked his head off from the beginning, might as well just do it before he hurts us. Oh shit! One shot, one kill, baby. Nice. Not again! Shit! Yeah! Uh-oh, I'm out of ammo. Okay, I can't tell if it's me. Am I hitting it, or am I getting hit? Okay, I was getting hit the whole time. Okay, lesson learned. Thank God for save states. Otherwise, we'd be hitting the whole thing from the beginning. Holy Toledo. God, they're everywhere! What a move! I, the master of tank controls, have already figured out how to avoid all of the conflict and save my ammo. Oh god, they're everywhere. I don't have a choice on this one. Oh boy. I wasted 3 bullets. I didn't realize I could just brush right by him. It's fine, I didn't need those bullets. Wow, her face looks awesome right now. What the fuck was that? That was the potion seller face. That goes crazy. Yeah, I saw the herb by the stairs. I just don't need it yet. Oh shit, he's camping. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. God, that was nuts. They don't make them like this anymore. Like me, I mean. Actually built different. That was crazy. Save state to celebrate. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Dial in, baby. Let the music take control. Does this solve a puzzle, or am I just doing this for fun? Yeah, I solved those. What about it? Save state. That was a beautiful maneuver I just put on him. I don't care who you are or where you're from. What I just did right there was actually unholy. Fucking excellent. These shots are missing. Because I can't fucking see. God! So, like, they didn't feel as intimidating as they did in Evil Dead Rise, where any moment they could just kill, and did just kill at any moment. That didn't really happen here. Which I guess you could chalk up to them needing Joseph in particular to be alive to tell them where the dagger is. But couldn't they also have just done the possession on him and found it anyway, since they knew that it was most likely in the house? I don't know, it felt a little convenient that they just wouldn't, or rather couldn't do that for whatever reason. They do eventually, big spoilers, but they do eventually possess Joseph. So, like, sure, like, it was an option. They could do it. They just didn't. And I'm surprised they didn't, because, like I said, they could have just searched it or through the possession found it, you know, but whatever. It's not that big of a deal. All I'm saying is, like, they weren't as, like, intimidating and scary as they were in Evil Dead Rise, as we have previously seen the Deadites. But that's not to say that they weren't, like, brutal and there wasn't, like, a lot of gruesome, you know, over-the-top kills and stuff, because there definitely were. Like, there were all types of gore and viscera, fucking all kinds of body parts flying all over the place and squelching and squealing and all of that. Like, that's very much intact. That's not what I'm trying to say, that it was, like, very, you know, underwhelming or whatever in that department, because it wasn't. There definitely were some unnerving, uncomfortable scenes. It's just, overall, I'd say the Deadites were kind of like a nerfed version of how we have seen them in the past. Now, as for the other characters, they're all pretty flat for the most part, but I would say the mother's one of the more interesting ones, because she has a pretty big role in this film. She is all about family, because her father, Joseph and Will's grandfather, basically abandoned the family, leaving it up to her to take care of everything, because he was so obsessed and consumed with his research into this that he basically just left the family to fend for themselves, while the grandmother kind of slowly succumbed to mental illness, and you know, then the mom had to again step up and take care of everything and everyone. So now she values family so much, and with Will's death, she is torn apart, but doing her best to keep it together for Joseph and the rest of them. And then eventually she slowly falls apart. And then it's revealed that in this desperation to make family the most important thing in her life, she overlooked the heinous shit Will was doing to Alice. The mom knew about it, but just couldn't wrestle with the reality that her son was a bad guy, because she just needed family to be like that rock, that infallible thing in her life. And Alice calls her out on that. I thought it was a really good sequence there, because Alice is a character who's been through so much with Will abusing her, physically abusing her. And then after Will's death, she doesn't wear the ring. She didn't really want to say anything at his funeral, and she keeps it all bottled up because she doesn't want to talk about the real Will to the family whom she is still trying to be close with, but she wants to go back to France. And I think Alice was a pretty strong character for the most part. She's the one that gets the most to do, being the main character, obviously. So she has, like, the badass moments. She's got, like, a fucking weed whacker that she chops them up with. She's got the dagger that she uses to fight them directly. She starts piling up Deadite corpses. So she was cool, I thought. Joseph, I also thought was a pretty interesting character. They made him just like a bitch, like that's his whole thing. It's established early on that he starts these books but just can't finish it, like he's afraid to really commit to finishing it. And in, like, the attack on his girlfriend at the hands of his father, he has the gun to his father's head. The girlfriend, as she's being strangled by him, is begging him to shoot, but he just doesn't. He's too afraid, and then eventually flees as his father kills Thea. And you expect him to go through, like, a character arc of no longer being afraid and, like, getting the dagger to fight back. And he kind of, like, teeters on that for a moment, but never, like, actually commits. So, like, he stays kind of the same character for the most part, which kind of makes him a little underwhelming, but that's kind of the idea behind him. He's not the main character. So, like, that didn't bother me all that much. There really is kind of just Alice as the character that gets fleshing out. The others stay relatively the same, except for the mother, who I found to be pretty interesting. But I don't have like any real complaints there. It's just they're not super memorable characters overall. Now, what I do have a big complaint about is the ending. I think the film had a really good natural point to stop at the end, but then decides to go a step further and use a CGI bad guy that goes on for way too long and looks way too shitty. So they, like I said, Will was burned alive by the Deadite and then possessed. And after everything that happens in the house with Alice and the other Deadites, well, then Will shows up in the burning house and his flesh is melting off of him. He's basically like a walking corpse with a lot of ash, and it's just, he's just this charred remains of Will, and it looks terrible. So they have him chase her around for the final confrontation that happens at like a construction site, and the CGI on him just really doesn't look good. It looks really rough. And I don't think it added anything to the movie for that. Like, I get why they did that, so that way she could be the one to finally, like, break free. Which makes sense, but, like, the whole sequence to do it, I just thought was kind of weak. Plus, you still could have got the same effect where it ended, because she does break free from a family that was enabling Will's abusive behavior. So, like, I don't think she directly needed to drive the dagger into Will through this chase sequence where they just have him randomly show up at the end as like the burnt corpse chasing her around. It just made the movie kind of drag on longer while showing really, really bad CGI there. But it's not like the biggest deal in the world. Like, it's still, I think, a good movie. So if you like the Evil Dead films, I think you'll probably walk away satisfied. Maybe not as much as you were with Evil Dead Rise, but by no means is it like a letdown, I would say. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, I bet I can terrify you with a single sentence. Tiger Woods driving a car. Ooh, even just saying that frightened me a little bit, like a scary story around a campfire. Golly. Yeah, Tiger Woods has just been involved in another rollover crash, and it's far from an isolated incident. He has quite a lot of these under his belt, and a lot of them, well, they were really his fault. And in a couple of cases, like in the one we're about to talk about that just happened a couple hours ago, under the influence of some substances. He has been charged with DUI in this one. He has an extensive history of these kind of accidents dating all the way back to 2009 when he crashed into a fire hydrant in his neighbor's yard, and his wife at the time had to pull him from the vehicle. He went to a hospital and was later released. No charges were pressed there. However, a bit of a different story in his second go-around here in 2017 when he passed out behind the wheel of his vehicle and crashed. He was arrested and found to have prescription drugs and marijuana in his system. He pled guilty to reckless driving, but avoided jail time thanks to a plea deal. They then later dropped the charges of DUI and then spent a year on probation. And then in 2021, he had a major accident. It was a rollover crash where his SUV ended up rolling down a steep embankment. The police said that the crash was caused by excessive speed. He was traveling at 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone and inability to navigate the curve. He needed surgery. He sustained serious injuries. But they didn't seek a warrant for blood tests because they said there was no evidence of impairment or intoxication, so there was no charges filed. It was ruled an accident. I feel like if this was any ordinary Joe Schmo, there probably would have been some charges for going fucking 87 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Was this guy trying to travel back in time like it's the DeLorean? Like, this is absurd. It's a miracle he didn't kill himself or someone else on the road. And really, it's miraculous he hasn't killed someone else from all of his accidents, including the one today, which was another rollover crash that he was involved in. It seems like Tiger Woods is more accustomed to his vehicles being on their side than on their four wheels. Now, this time it is a little different because they are pressing charges for DUI because they did see signs of impairment, not from alcohol, but from substances. Like, Tiger Woods and automobiles just do not mix at all. It's like fucking SpongeBob with the boatmobiles. I now truly understand how Mrs. Puff must have felt every time SpongeBob got behind the wheel of a boat.
Famed golfer Tiger Woods was involved in a rollover car crash, according to the local sheriff.
Our affiliate WPTV posted this photo from the scene. We're told the crash is in Martin County, Florida. That's about 27 miles north of Palm Beach. Local police say the Martin County Sheriff's Office is handling the crash investigation.
The 50-year-old golfer played in a match Tuesday in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida.
Tiger Woods has unimaginable wealth. You would think that he would have a driver, or at the very least, pay for an Uber when he is under the influence. Yet, multiple times throughout his life, he insists on driving impaired. Again, it is miraculous that he hasn't killed someone else or killed himself in one of these accidents. Genuinely, he should not have his license any longer. For the safety of all the innocent people that have to share the road with him, he cannot be trusted behind the wheel of a vehicle. He is a worse driver than the drooling zombies in Grand Theft Auto Online who are like intentionally crashing into people and things. This guy is fucking dangerous behind the wheel of an automobile, and he cannot stop himself from driving impaired. It's such a crazy and sad fall from grace for Tiger Woods because he is undoubtedly one of the best to ever do it in his respective sport. One of the best golfers of all time, just so dominant. But over the years, he has sabotaged his legacy, wiped his ass with his reputation. Like, I remember in 2010, when all of his affairs were coming to light about how he was having sex with, like, every woman on the planet with a pulse, you had to be, like, checking under your bed just to make sure Tiger Woods wasn't waiting there to fuck your mother. And now, like, all of these accidents, it's so sad. It really is.
So just before 2 p.m. today, the Jupiter Island Police Department, which is where we currently are, received a call of a rollover crash about 2.5 miles from where we are. The Jupiter Island Police Department responded out there and found a pickup truck pulling a pressure cleaner trailer and a Land Rover which was rolled over on the driver's door, and we're going to provide you photos of that. The investigation started, and initially right off the top it did appear that the driver of the Land Rover might be impaired.
Here's one of the photos from the crash that's been circulating. You can see that his vehicle is rolled over and it's in front of a fire hydrant. This is 2 out of 4 of his crashes right around fire hydrants. One of them, it had him blasting the fire hydrant, so I guess this is a marginal improvement there because he didn't just destroy it. This time he crashed in front of it. Don't exactly know what that means, but maybe there's just something about fire hydrants that makes Tiger Woods want to crash into them or crash around them. Anyway, though, when the authorities showed up to the scene, they noted signs of impairment. They believed that he could have been under the influence. So immediately, it's something that they started to pursue and investigate.
Our investigation revealed as follows. Shortly again before 2, the pressure cleaner truck pulling a trailer, a small trailer, was northbound on South Beach Road and was pulling kind of to turn into a driveway. It was slowing down, starting to turn into a driveway, and the driver of that vehicle looked in his mirror and saw a Land Rover, a dark-colored Land Rover, overtaking him at high speeds, and I don't know those speeds.
If history's taught us anything, it was probably 87 miles per hour through there. That would be my guess. If I had to give a little ballpark figure there, I would estimate probably 87 miles per hour on the dot, is what I would say. He seems to love to just fucking zoom through in excess of 80 miles per hour in these zones that are not conducive to those kinds of speeds.
The Land Rover kept overtaking him. He saw it coming, so he tried to edge off to the side of the road, but this is a small 2-lane road, and there was no shoulder for this pressure cleaner gentleman to get off the side of the road. As he was trying to move to the side of the road, the Land Rover overtook him at the last minute, swerved to avoid a collision, but clipped the back end of the trailer of the pressure cleaner apparatus, listed to the side, and then rolled on the driver's door north past the truck that had just avoided the crash with.
That's how the rollover crash happened. Tiger Woods was looking to overtake this pressure washing vehicle, doing so at a very high rate of speed. The pressure washing vehicle tried to get off the road there, probably out of fear for their own safety, seeing this fucking loose cannon barreling down here, just zipping through. So he's trying to get off the road to avoid a collision, avoid like a catastrophic accident. Tiger Woods, however, does not do a great job here at avoiding it, and instead clips the back, and it causes him to roll over. I will just never be able to understand this mentality demonstrated by Tiger Woods here. I don't get it. I don't see why he wouldn't just pay for an Uber, why he wouldn't have a driver, or why he insists on just driving recklessly in the first place, trying to like bully every other vehicle off the road for him. Like everyone needs to clear out of the way. We're all just NPCs in Tiger Woods' world here. So like even outside of him driving impaired, he also just drives extremely recklessly, extremely fast. He is a dangerous driver.
The individual driving that Land Rover was able to crawl out the passenger door of the car and was identified to be Mr. Tiger Woods. Our DUI investigators came to the scene here, and Mr. Woods did exemplify signs of impairment. They did several tests on him. Of course, he did explain the injuries and the surgeries that he had. We did take that into account. But they did do some in-depth roadside tests, and when it was determined, he was placed under arrest and taken to the Martin County Jail.
He must have been tweaking for them to immediately show up and recognize, like, this guy's on some shit and just start instantly conducting these tests on the scene. Tiger Woods must have been really, like, off the walls or something. So they did some roadside tests. They determined that DUI was likely, so they placed him under arrest, brought him to the jail for further investigation to confirm. They also state explicitly that they didn't believe it was alcohol that he was under the influence of.
At the Martin County Jail, and even on scene, we really weren't suspicious of alcohol being involved in this case, and that proved to be true at the jail. So Mr. Woods did a breathalyzer test, blew 000s, but when it came time for us to ask for a urinalysis test, he refused, and so he's been charged with DUI, with property damage, and refusal to submit to a lawful test. In the crash, no one was injured. Mr. Woods did not seem to be injured at all, and the other gentlemen were not injured. But this happened a few hours ago, so I've given you the information that I have.
Again, it's extremely lucky that no one was injured in a Tiger Woods impaired driving accident. Something that he has become known for. Now, as the officer explained, he wasn't under the influence of alcohol, according to the breathalyzer, and according to those on scene, they didn't believe it was alcohol related. They believed it was other substances. So he refused to do the urinalysis to confirm what substances they could have been, which led to them slapping the charges of DUI and the refusal to submit to that test. So yeah, overall, not good here from Tiger Woods. Really not good. As I've said thousands of times now, I have no respect for drunk drivers or anyone driving impaired, risking their lives and the lives of all the innocent people on the road around them that have to share this road with them, who are making the incredibly dangerous and stupid fucking decision to drive impaired. It is just inexcusable, especially for someone like Tiger Woods, who has endless resources to not have to do something like that and make a decision like that. Uber, a friend, his own fucking personal driver, like endless options that aren't Tiger Woods behind the wheel of a vehicle while under the influence of substances. It's just so fucking degenerate, man. It's so scummy. Anyway, just wanted to yap about it. That's really about it. See ya. Did you ever hear the tragedy of GPU prices? I thought not. Not a story the AI bros would tell you. Well, I hope you're bending over because the suppository's coming in one way or the other. A recent report indicates that Nvidia is going to be pushing the prices of RTX 5090 up to $5K. This is still an unconfirmed rumor from an insider source in South Korea, from what I can understand. That's kind of like, boots on the ground that's talking about it right now, which is where this headline is stemming from. Previous price was $2K. This is over double. That's an awfully hard bargain there. 5,000 clams for a GPU here. Not exactly an easy sell to most people, I would imagine. Most sensible, sane human beings on the planet would be pretty upset about that. Now again, this isn't fully confirmed, but what we do know is that, well, prices are probably going to be going up which isn't all that surprising. I think most people were able to predict this, don't need to be Baba Vanga to have that kind of future sight. We're already seeing it with RAM prices, and I gotta tell you, you might not like to hear this, but we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off. It's because of AI. Everything that was once good in your life, or everything that was reasonably priced in the tech sector, is getting significantly worse and significantly more expensive because of AI. If you want to keep plugging your ears to that fact, or just keep kicking the can down the road for the realization of AI having a supremely negative effect on your life, that's your call to make. But regardless, the sun still rises. The AI plague, the scourge, is coming. Whether you want to accept it or not doesn't matter. It is coming fast, aggressive, hard, and unlubed. It is raw. So I think it's best that you start paying attention to all of this now. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled doom and gloom here. So the claim about the GPU prices from NVIDIA and all that, it comes from Newsys, a South Korean outlet. It was stressed that we're just seeing the beginning of monumental and borderline ridiculous price hikes in the GPU space. The report explained that sources have suggested a climb in RTX 5090 stakes from $2,000 at launch this year to as much as $5,000 later in 2026. AMD's RX 9000 series is apparently set to mimic that ticket growth, but not as steeply. The article also has a brief mention of the RAM prices, which I've also touched on and what I've also bitched about quite a few times now because of AI-driven data centers, and also one of only 3 RAM manufacturers just abandoning the consumer market come 2026 because they'd rather instead just exclusively sell and work with AI. So, yippee! That's great for all the normal people out there that want some technology in their homes. Hopefully you like fucking flint and steel and start learning the ways of the Amish, because soon technology will be a luxury you can't afford. It's crazy how as we get more and more advanced, it just starts to price people out. It's not getting cheaper, it's getting so much worse because of AI. And there's this crazy hopium, this fucking crackpot lunacy thought process that people have, that once these AI data centers are all established and all these companies, worth trillions, start slowing down a little bit, well, then everything's going to get so much cheaper and it's going to be great for all of us. It's just going to be short-term pain for the long-term gain. Because that always works. Trickle down has a great history. That is a fucking flawless. That's 100% win rate when it comes to trickle down. And not only that, we all know corporations love to lower their prices. So once they're set up and once they've made oodles unfathomable amounts of money, they'll definitely start lowering the prices for every average Joe Schmo out there. That happens all the time. They love lowering prices. We see it often because they are for the people. So it's clearly just a matter of time before everything's really affordable again in the tech sector. We just gotta wait for them to reach the golden age, and then it's all smooth sailing. We're in good shape. And until then, well, why don't you just go ahead and start renting computers? Yes, a subscription-based economy. Just start renting your PCs, because you don't need to own anything. Companies don't want you to own anything. You will own nothing and you will be happy. You can have the imagination of ownership with their little permission slip. You can license it for a certain amount of time, and that's all you need. You don't need any pesky ownership of anything, especially not a computer. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce of sarcasm. It's all bad. It's all really bad right now. It sucks. This wonderful little nugget of good news also comes on the heels of a previous blessing that NVIDIA gave us, where it was announced that NVIDIA might be cutting supply by up to 40% in 2026 due to memory shortages. I already talked about that, where there's the potential that NVIDIA is going to be cutting back on supply by 30 to 40% come 2026. Very few things to be smiling about when it comes to the future of PC gaming, and not just PC gaming. I know everyone gets focused on that. This affects every industry in the tech space. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that means consoles will be the best option going forward too. And maybe they will be a more price-conscious option because PCs are looking to astronomically change in price. But those are also going to be affected too. The price on those is also going to be all cattywampus as well. It's just a matter of time. We don't know what that's going to look like, but it's going to happen. They use components that are exploding in price. So it's everything that's going to be affected, and it's not just gaming. It is literally everything in the tech space that uses these components, and guess what? That's pretty much everything in the tech space. Now, to revisit the article briefly about the GPU price soaring, Both companies are reportedly planning to continue raising GPU prices every month going forward. It's highly likely that the price increases will extend across their entire product lineup, encompassing not only consumer GPUs, but also GPUs for AI data centers and servers. The average proportion of memory in the overall GPU manufacturing cost has recently exceeded 80%. This comes from the insider that's making these claims. Again, none of it's fully confirmed or anything, but it also wouldn't even fucking surprise me. 2K to 5K is an incredible leap, but it's also just not that unrealistic anymore, actually. Like, take for example something even simpler, like a Game Pass. They literally doubled the price of that product. Companies aren't really afraid to absolutely blow up their price because people still pay it. So they just say, fucking cowabunga and let it rip. So I do think 2 to 5K, while being astronomical, isn't something that's off the table. Now again, it's not confirmed. Maybe it won't be up to 5K. Price will increase, no doubt. But maybe it won't go up to that crazy level. Maybe it doesn't. But even still, it probably will be a sizable price increase that is just something to not look forward to. And it's really like, I'm not seeing any like good news coming in the future with all of this shit. Like, it feels like it's only going to continue to spiral more and more out of control for just your average consumer. It just super sucks. And even the most adamant of deniers will eventually have that come to Jesus moment of, wow, I can't afford things now because of AI. This is having a detrimental impact on my life. It's going to happen at some point. But until then, I guess they'll just continue to AI generate trash Reddit tier fucking Keanu Reeves Deadpool videos out the wazoo till the cows come home, and then eventually they can't afford the computer to do that anymore. Yep, terrible stuff. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. Good news. Phoenix Wright just lost a client, as I will no longer be requiring his services. The potential lawsuit that I was wrapped up in is no longer being pursued. It is amicably being banished to the Shadow Realm, so it's done and dusted. I even talked to Brad Arnold on the phone a couple of times, who is one of the people listed in the demands letter that was teetering on lawsuit. And he was very friendly and apologetic about the whole thing, and he was kind of filling me in on things with this system that he didn't even know was going on and he didn't agree with. And I think there's actually a lot to talk about in regards to how this even happened in the first place. But first, let me give you the lay of the land here in case you don't know the lore with what's going on. To bring you up to speed, the previously on Dragon Ball Z, if you have no clue what I'm talking about, yesterday I made a video going over how I might be sued, as I had been served some very hefty legal paperwork. It was spearheaded by an IP law firm believing that I was liable for potential copyright infringements and damages in the many tens of thousands of dollars, even into the six figures. In the papers, there was a sense of urgency to comply and respond, and failure to do so would enact even bigger penalties, and that would be when the full lawsuit would come through. What I received was the demands. And when I received this, I was of course pretty skeptical because there are a lot of like fraudulent bad actors out there that are phishing. Who knows, this could have been fucking pages from the Death Note for all I knew. It was representing two YouTubers, Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer. And I didn't immediately recognize who that was. And I don't do like React content or anything, so I was pretty confused. I thought this may have just been, potential phony baloney, suing local Florida man because he pooped when he meant to fart, I thought this could be made in error, especially because the language in the paperwork was very fishy, saying like I used it multiple times, but then it just listed the same YouTube video twice as if they were separate instances. It was a live stream I did during Hurricane Milton. I live in Tampa, so Hurricane Milton came through with the fucking meat. And I was streaming during it, and of course I was checking in on Milton to see what the fuck was going on out there with this hurricane that was in my own backyard here slapping us around. And some of the footage that I showed one was from Ryan Hall Y'all, who had footage from Brad Arnold in it, and the other was a bit of Reed Timmer. They were both storm chasing Hurricane Milton at the time, and in total, the footage that was used across both of their work was less than 2 minutes, and it was very, very briefly shown just to stay knowledgeable on what was happening, both for my own safety and just, of course, to like show the audience this is the hurricane that's here. It was not copying it or stealing it or trying to like make money off it or anything like that. I reached out to both of them privately just to check, hey, are these real right here? Are we dealing with big naturals, or is this all, you know, like fake? What's going on? I just wanted to verify the authenticity. But 2 days went by and I didn't hear back, and since the paperwork did express a very real sense of urgency, I made the assumption that, okay, this must have been something they signed off on, so I got my legal team on it, and then I made that video yesterday bringing everyone up to speed on what's happening. And I also do think it was just an important topic to talk about in general, because it is concerning that if you do show like less than like a handful of seconds worth of like a content during a natural disaster, you could somehow be liable for many thousands of dollars. Like, that is something that most people cannot afford to like take that kind of hit, especially when there was no wrongdoing, no malicious copying or stealing of someone else's work, just textbook fair use, staying knowledgeable on a natural disaster and using a couple of brief snippets of footage to stay up to date on what's going on. And getting served paperwork like that with like the very serious nature, the very serious amount of money on the line, I imagine is very scary to a lot of people that would receive it. I don't know how many people got this big blast here, that I don't know. It feels like it was a shotgun approach, and boy howdy did they load that birdshot in. And both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were quick to respond, and also quick to like retract this whole thing, both saying the same thing. They didn't even know this was happening. So I'm just going to clue you in on everything here. The company, Viral DRM, is a company that has actually reached out to Matt before. And from what I can tell, they are now getting into the space of trying to represent creators as a digital rights manager to enforce their copyright, to smack down, you know, bad actors that might be using it for their own personal gains. That way you can come in and take the pie back. And that's kind of the business model. The firm was not Viral DRM. I believe the firm was contracted by Viral DRM. They're an IP law firm. They're a very real firm that does IP law. And it's very clear that none of this was ever walked by Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold. They didn't know. Both of them have said the same thing. They did not know I was named in this. And Brad Arnold went a step further, saying he doesn't know when they even send this out to others that are using it. That has now come to his attention now. That they are not even brought up to speed with who their digital rights manager is even going after and what for. Now, based on the conversations I've had and from what I've gathered here,
suddenly it's gaining a little bit of traction.
Here's all
Did you get the Ironroot Tree Folk?
Oh, Dark Ritual.
Ooh, nice.
Whoa,
Darkrit. Did you get Ironroot Tree Folk?
I did.
Yeah, it talks about them having sex in the flavor text.
Okay, please read that.
It does.
The mating habits of tree folk, particularly the stalwart ironwork tree folk, are truly absurd. Molasses comes to mind. Wow. It's amazing the species can survive at all given such protracted periods of mate selection, conjugation, and gestation.
Why? Molasses comes to mind. Just think about it.
Why did they do that?
That's called good writing.
Yeah, I guess. It's art.
World building.
World building.
Here's a counterspell.
340 bucks.
Nice. This is still 340?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, here's molasses comes to mind. Here's another counterspell, but not really.
Ray Elemental Blast.
That's crazy. Oh, wow. Okay.
The box was pretty dry on dual lands, which are the only pulls in the revised set that anyone gives a fuck about. In terms of, like, value, that is. The revised cards, I think, are super hype, and they were a lot of fun to play. Again, there's a few more surprises throughout the opening, but that was the biggest pull, which was the Plateau dual lands. It is the worst dual land you can pull in terms of just, like, raw monetary value. But, as I've said, I don't sell these cards or anything. We play them. They are for active use. And even when we're done with Box Brawl, we still put them in other decks, or that Plateau probably will just go as part of like the skill check collection. So it doesn't really matter the value of the card. It was still very hyped to pull it, but I would have liked to see a couple more of them.
And I, as my partner commanders, have Llanowar Elves. They don't need any explanation. And Dragon Whelp, Dragon Whelp, a 4-mana 2/3 with flying, and I can pay 1 to increase its power by 1, but if I do it 3 times, or more than 3 times, it explodes.
I've got Crawworm as my commander, and it's teamed up for some Simic nonsense with Air Elemental.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's a powerful card.
No, I'm scared of what's next.
Yep, so I've also got that naughty little Crawworm, but he's paired with Sarah Angel, who's a nice 4/4 flyer.
And Vigilance.
With Vigi, yeah.
So
you
gross.
just conveniently left that video.
I'll take you flyers is what you're saying.
Oh, nice.
I'll take you flyers. I have a 2-mana 2/2 that says, don't try to outrun one of Dominaria's grizzlies. It'll catch you, knock you down, and eat you. Of course, you could run up a tree. In that case, you'll get a nice view before it knocks the tree down and eats you. That's what it does. That's what it does. And then also, here's a Hydra with very confusing rules that gets counters and prevents damage if there's counters on it.
Nice.
Counters. Oh, you mean heads.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The
you
Oracle
go.
text says 1/1 counters, but the Oracle text is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
It's
it's heads.
Yeah.
Heads.
Yeah.
I'm going to play this forest and play the Llanowar Elves.
Whoa!
Saying go.
All right. That's a really cool and clever idea to have Llanowar Elves as your commander.
Yes.
Me, I'll just cast it.
You'll
as
just
part of
rip
the
it.
99. Yeah. Pass turn.
Everyone's going so fast. I hate to break that synergy. So how about for no lands, I'll do an Ornithopter.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
But
All right.
what if I one up everyone? I'll play a land. And what if I make this Ornithopter a nice 1/4 flyer?
Wow. Wow.
The fuck?
Holy.
I have lightning bolt. I can't kill it.
I pass.
What the fuck?
Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
I'll just play a mountain pass.
Crazy opening hand.
Untap.
For one, I'll play a little Dryads, a 1/1 with Forest Walk.
Oh!
I'm
dead in 20 turns.
All right. This time, this is getting through. Here's a 1/4 in the air at you, Drew. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You thought you were so safe. I
thought
passed.
I was.
Your
I thought it was
ivory
My
tower.
turn. I'll play this forest. I'm going to bring out the grizzly bear. Say go.
We're going to play a forest and do a double blue and 3 to bring in my commander.
my
It's Air Elemental. Woo!
Wow, the style
Yes.
synergy. Holy.
Look at that. And then I will pass the turn.
All right.
It's a 4/4.
Oh, yes.
Just a 4/4.
Pretty good.
There she blows. Can't play anything. We're going to combat.
Beep beep.
Probably shouldn't leave myself wide open again, so we'll spread this around. Drew's turn. Forest. Hey, we're looking at exoskeletons today. High-tech stuff. This is... What is it?
Hyper Shell out of, I think, the UK. So I don't want to spoil too much, but I got
You
this.
guys didn't like go, whoa, when you opened the box or anything.
Oh yeah,
right?
what's
Just-
your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the videos of these. Like, I know how they are supposed to work. I just don't know what they're capable of. So it's like this diaper you put on, and it attaches to your thighs. I know that. And from what I saw, it's supposed to just help people traverse life with a little assistance.
Yeah, I think Hypershell really plays into the like hiking outdoor. So like you put this on, you hike, you're climbing up the side of a big old hill.
You don't need your poles.
Yeah, you don't need
anymore.
your poles. This helps you go up the sides of mountains.
Oh, it's not heavy at
It's
all.
not-
Yeah, it's like super light.
And like this was around $1,500, which is not cheap. And from what they say, it's not made like your first thought is I'm going to put this on and run faster or lift more weight. It's not that. It's to ease the strain of your activity of hiking, essentially. It's a very niche use case. So if I shop now...
Does it add 5 inches to your vertical?
Oh, God.
No, I wanted that too. We got the X Pro, which is hot right now. That is on sale for $1,100. It's got 800 watts of power, 17.5 kilometer range per battery, 10 intelligent AI modes. Huh.
What does that do?
I mean, this guy's running.
Well, I think you're able to run it.
Right.
Is it like helping you?
Yeah, I think the whole thing is it takes strain off and it feels how much power you're putting in and it adjusts its power to help.
Okay.
Here's real quick. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there are height adjustable things back here. All right, let's get into this. I'm gonna open the app.
That looks pretty cool.
I feel pretty cool.
I'm opening the app and I'm going to.
Can you make Charlie run with your app?
I cannot. All right, we're gonna turn this on.
So it's not like gonna take control of his body, like freak out, and then he doesn't have control of his legs anymore.
No.
It shouldn't.
It might.
That would be cool, though.
Alright, I'm ready if it does.
I forget.
It'll be like QWOP where I'm just.
Oh, could you imagine the full circle real life co-op?
Yeah.
Here, take it off for a second. Actually, no, it's fine. I'm just gonna work on your butt.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just get in there. See what you find. My ass is known to hold many cool secrets.
That battery should be on. I'm gonna.
Huh.
Just active reload me.
Like put a
Yeah,
different
hot swap.
battery in?
Hot swap.
Watch, this is the other thing that pissed me off. I don't just want to dunk on them until we can show it, but watch how easy it is to pull this battery off.
We got this. I'm sure it's easier when there's not someone in it.
Well, you're also supposed to have the upper body exoskeleton to help rip it off.
There we go. Right, let's see if there's any charge in this battery. Assuming that one's dead. Which one? That feels like it clicked on.
That's the control battery.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that one was just dead.
Oh,
careful.
Yep, it's.
Do you feel different?
Well, it bended me a little bit.
Now bend to the other side. All right, so it was just green, now it's red.
Yep.
What does that mean?
It says low battery and update your firmware. I did this 3 days ago. We're not going to update right now.
Yeah, let's just let's get me moving.
It's got 2% battery.
All right, well, I better go quick.
So much.
And you have to have it plugged in to charge this?
Yeah, maybe we can. Is that one just dead? Is that what happened?
I guess. Truly, I'll tell you after. I can't plug it in if it's not.
We can try another hot swap.
All right. I guess just walk.
All right, let's go.
Do you feel it?
I can hear it. I can hear it working a little bit.
I can hear it and somewhat feel
I can
it.
bump up the power if you want.
Yeah, give me max power.
All right. Oh, it won't go above 50.
Okay, give me 50% power.
You were already at it.
Wait, this is the highest it'll go?
This is what happened when I tried it too. It wouldn't let me.
Maybe it was the battery.
Oh, I'm giving you resistance now.
Oh.
I'm giving you resistance.
Maybe it's so we can't walk.
It's in fitness mode.
It's so you work out while you're walking.
So try walking. Is it harder to walk?
No.
It's at 100%. All right, I'm going.
Go up to 200%.
Yeah, plus ultra, please. Like, I want to really be fucking.
Maybe it's because you didn't update your firmware. It's not talking.
It said
to
it's an experimental mode, and I had to opt in.
Oh, okay.
It's just like backwards. It won't go above 50. I'm assuming because the power is low.
We got 2.
It's gonna go. Oh, you're at 1% battery now.
Quick.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, it's telling me your speed.
How fast am I going?
4 miles per hour.
How about that?
Oh shit.
7.5, 8. That was crazy.
Yeah, I was pumping there for a minute.
Hey, we're back with an exoskeleton.
I'm strapping in.
We've charged it for about 96 days, so it should actually work today. All right, so remember, you're gonna push and hold. Push, hold.
Oh.
Yep.
There it
Boom.
is.
You are powered up.
Oh, activating.
Can you feel it?
Yeah.
It's blinking yellow. I don't know what that means.
That means full charge. It's also only 2 bars charged.
How is that possible? It's been plugged
Legitimately?
in for like 4 days now.
Or no, maybe that's not bars. Maybe that's
that's
a bar.
Yeah, that's
Green,
bars.
I think, is the amount. Oh yeah, we're at 92%.
Oh yeah.
Where did we lose the extra 8?
When we walked over here, yeah.
So, just give me a little walk to the door, walk back. I can hear it working.
Yeah, I can hear it. I feel it working. I mean, it feels like a little guy pushing at my legs when I lift them.
It's like a.
Yeah.
It's a little push.
Like, I feel like how the Neo robot moves around in the
Do
demonstration.
you feel like it's tight enough, like on your legs and stuff?
Yeah.
Here, 1 sec. You're on 50% power.
Yeah, give me a
How about this? Come back to the beginning.
If I don't jump up these stairs at 100, then it's a scam.
I'm gonna turn you to 0.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Baseline.
You are at 1% power. Go up these first few.
Did that look hard?
Yeah.
It looked like you were straining.
Did it feel hard?
Yeah, it felt pretty tough. All
I
right.
feel hard. All right, now I'm gonna all the way up. You are now at 100% power.
Okay.
That's loud now.
I can hear it moving. I'm gonna go to.
Just watch what happens
Yeah.
when you're moving. I don't know if you can see it, but what's here? Let me do that again in slow motion. It is kind of freaking out. So like when I'm coming down like this, it's hitting both of these while I have one leg in the air, so I feel like I'm about to fucking fall.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Here, it's on eco mode. I'm gonna go to hyper. It's dynamic power for intense activities. We're on 50%. I'm sending you to 100% hyper. You're gonna.
Okay.
Does it feel different?
You went up faster that time.
I
You see
did.
that?
I had no choice. It's still moving. It's still moving.
You're gonna get flashbanged.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop. Oh.
So it's making you walk?
No, it's not making me walk. When I'm trying to stop, it's still wanting me to
I
walk.
think it adapts, so it's like, oh, okay. If he starts running, after a little bit, it goes, oh, we're running. So then when he stops, it probably takes 2 or 3 seconds to be
I
like,
see.
oh, we're not running.
I think
It
that's
fucking
exactly what's happening.
breaks his kneecaps. Yeah, run that way.
You wanna go for a jog?
Do you want me to do the running since you're in slides?
I'll go around like this.
Oh, he's too fast. I can't keep up.
Okay.
He's flying.
I'm flying around.
How does it feel?
Really good. Real good. This is how I normally run. This is crazy at 100%. You see this happening?
I can't tell if you're like
It's not. It's me when
pretending.
No, when I'm stopping, it's doing that on its own. So
That's
like,
crazy.
going backwards is interesting, but like here, this is me just now trying to full stop.
It does make you do like a little
Yeah.
like hip movement there.
So I got just a baseline feeling for jogging. Oh yeah! Oh my! It's making me fucking step!
I'm telling you.
That's crazy, actually. You are right, I feel like the fucking Neo robot. Alright, stop. We're gonna jump. We're gonna jump. Stop.
Can we do a slow stop like that?
Are you doing a standing jump? All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it is. This is just me experimenting right now. I don't expect to kill it here. I killed it! That's my boy! Yes! Yes! A berry! That oh boy!
Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from
Been?
the hall all of a sudden.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Oh my! It's a Power Rangers villain! Ow! Took too much damage. Reload. Oh, do I play the Moonlight Sonata again? No! The snake is back! I can't believe that just missed. How? He's already weak from the last fight. How? Oh, whoops, wrong one. How did that miss? Oh, okay. forgot to equip it. Huge. We're in a good spot right now. Trying to fight it just heads up is not ideal. Like dodging and all that shit. Better off just using the big guns, I guess. Hey, Barry.
Jill, have you found anything interesting?
Hey, what's going on?
Now I've done it. Sorry, Jill. Wait, I'll go and get another rope.
What? How did that happen, Barry?
Barry? Barry?
Like, actually, how did that even fucking happen, Barry?
Hey! Are you there, Jill?
Still here, Barry. Oh, now I've done it.
I'm sorry, Jill.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, I know Super Cube.
Sorry. I was really careless.
Are you okay, Barry? Maybe you're getting tired.
No, I'm all right. Don't worry.
God damn you. What was that? What happened? Did someone, like a giant hand, yank him off screen like SpongeBob? What happened? Oh boy, the pincer attack? That's... oh my god, that's so cringe. I'm just gonna pop the herb. Shoot him! Oh my god, he two-tapped him? Attaboy, Barry!
Is that voice Enrico's?
Who?
Yeah?
You're alive!
Wait there!
What?
Are you with anybody, Jill?
Was it Enrico? Is that what he said?
What? Oh, yes.
Enrico!
So...
If you use AI as a tool, it's only when it's AI-generated assets. So that wouldn't even get flagged as like a necessary AI disclosure there, if it's utilized in that way. Anyway, though, he goes on to say that if you want to launch a game and get it as widely publicized as possible, you've got to put it on Steam so people can wishlist it, and if you want to play it on Steam, then you have to get this scarlet letter of AI attached to your product, and now there's a hater community trying to kill the game. I think it's really irresponsible of Valve. They shouldn't do it because it makes much, much, much harder for a game developer to have a chance of success. You have to choose from either not using tools that can make you way more productive and probably failing due to competition that does. I mean, not really, though. If the competition is using AI and getting the AI disclosure, aren't they getting that scarlet letter too, Tim? So, like, they'd be having the same problems you're describing. So, in order to stand out from the competition, wouldn't the natural thing to do be to avoid those tools? That way you don't have that, and people would appreciate that? Like, I don't even think his argument really makes sense, because it's not irresponsible in any way. You're just giving consumers a choice. By putting that tag on there, you are just informing them that there is AI usage there, and the consumers that don't care, that tag doesn't matter. They'll still buy it. The ones that do care, maybe they avoid it. All it is just giving them more information so that way they can better decide what they want to spend their money on. That's all. I think the real meat of the issue here for Tim is that since AI isn't received overly well, he'd rather there not be a disclosure, so that way it's not front-facing, so he's not losing money when their games that they have do have AI in there. I think that's the big thing, because it would affect his wallet. It would affect their sales, because there are a lot of people that will not buy something that has an AI disclosure. That's entirely up to them. Tim would rather you not know and spend your money on it, is the feeling I get here. Has nothing to do about, like, think about the little guy not using the AI tools, the competition, that kind of thing, and then the scarlet letter if they do, oh no. I think the real motive is pretty clear. Tim loves AI. He sees a very strong future of AI in their products. Thus, if there's an AI disclosure, there's a lot of people that will immediately just not buy it, which hurts their financials. So he'd rather it just not exist and not be normalized. I think that's the truth behind it. Tim is on a crusade to try and get AI ham-fisted into the mainstream gaming consciousness as a positive thing. So a couple hours ago, he also made a statement, and by statement I mean tweet. This guy is fucking addicted to Twitter. It's his heroin. Talking about how AI could have helped Destiny stay profitable. So with Destiny 2 being shut down, one of the things was how much content it needed and how tedious and like how time consuming that was. So Tim got sassy and said, if only some sort of newfangled technology could have come along and make it possible to overcome bullet point number 1 and enable games like Destiny to thrive. So bullet point number 1 was about like how time consuming and expensive it was to keep introducing so much new content so it didn't get stale. And the report talked about how Destiny was only ever occasionally profitable because it kept having to make new content to keep players hooked. So Tim was saying how easily AI could have solved that. I'm pretty confident Tim Sweeney doesn't play games. I think I even remember him openly saying that he rarely plays games on an interview like a while ago. But anyway, the take is use AI. Just AI slopify shit in order to get content out as quickly as possible. The audience will eat it up. Eating out of the palm of your hand. That'll solve the issue. But that's not what people want, man. Like, if you actually played games, you would know people don't want just, like, lazily dog shit trash just for the sake of having new stimulation there. Like, sure, there is probably some people that don't mind, but on the whole, that is worse than having nothing. So, like, that wouldn't have solved Destiny's issue of, like, needing high-quality content to keep players hooked. And you could see the result, like, the proof is in the pudding. When they weren't making high-quality new content and instead were making lazy, not good content, they were hemorrhaging players. They weren't sticking around. AI wouldn't have been making new, interesting content. Now, if your argument is, like, maybe using AI as a tool to do some, like, I don't know, like, background work somewhere so they could focus on good stuff, I highly doubt that would have saved them. It would have all of a sudden pushed them so far into the green they'd be shitting out $100 bills or anything. Because the drudge work, as Tim calls it, was not the bulk of what Destiny 2 required. So I don't think that's where most of their time and resources went to, like, doing this background drudge work. All of those resources were invested into trying to make fun, engaging, creative content to keep the players hooked and invested in this world, because that's what they expected. They expect high-quality work from the Destiny 2 universe. And AI can't do that. It can't. No matter how much Tim wants to delude himself into thinking it can, the reality is it can't. So even if it was doing like the drudge work, I don't think that all of a sudden saves Destiny 2, giving them more time to focus on the creative stuff, because they were still actively doing the creative stuff while others were doing the drudge work. So like, I think he's just wrong, is the point I'm making. But he constantly tries to chirp up any time he even sees AI's good name being besmirched. About like, well, actually, AI is really good, and this could have solved like every problem imaginable here in the games industry. Did you guys know that? Like, actually, did you know that? Also, you're gonna shop in the Epic Games Store? What do you mean, no? Like, it's just constant. Every take he's been giving over the last like 6 months has just been eye-rolling. Anyone remember this little number from the bad take factory that is Tim Sweeney's brain? He had this little humdinger where he put his elbow grease into defending AI-generated imagery on Twitter, where during this time, there was a huge conversation around something disgusting that was happening, where a lot of people were generating AI child porn and flooding the site with it. And there was a conversation about, like, well, what do we do about it? And then the idea about, like, maybe banning Twitter if something's not done got brought up. So Tim Sweeney came in from the top turnbuckle and said, nope, that would be gatekeeping. Tim was really firing on all cylinders there. He was in the kitchen whipping up something fierce. He was cooking. His point was, AI is known to sometimes go off the rails, which I already think is really weird that he's going to bat trying to minimize how big of a deal that generating AI images of child sex abuse material and having it spread throughout Twitter as like a very big thing that was happening at the time is just the same as like a little hiccup with new technology. Like, oh yeah, new tech, AI, you know, sometimes it does go a little cattywomp as it gets a little weird, but we can't be gatekeeping, and it'll lead to like censored political opponents, it stifles free speech, that kind of thing, because the conversation was about like something needs to be done here, so they were talking about like banning Twitter until it's fixed. And Tim's whole thing was, nope, we can't do anything about that. It'll eventually get worked out. It's just, you know, a little bump in the road we got to work through. And it's like, I don't know why he's not taking it seriously. Like, it is a big deal. That's a huge fucking deplorable thing that's going on here. And yeah, Twitter needs to do something about it to stop that shit from happening. And if Twitter had refused or continued to just sit idly by on their hands, thumb up their ass, and just allow it to persist, then yeah, Twitter should be banned. It's not free speech to just be generating child sex abuse material, Tim. Like, there needed to be some action prompted. So yeah, threatening like, hey, if you guys don't do something, you will be taken off the app stores, I think makes sense. I don't know why he had such a hard pushback against that. Twitter needed to do something. And I think that was a very natural progression to take. Like, hey, there is a problem with AI generating child porn on your platform. We will ban it if action isn't taken. That checks out to me. I don't know why it didn't to Tim Sweeney, and I don't know why he so adamantly fought about, this is gatekeeping and trying to, like, minimize how big of a deal that problem was. Very odd. Point is, Tim Sweeney's a dweeb. I have not been a Tim Sweeney fan here for a little while, and he is going ballistic now with more and more takes I completely disagree with over the last, like, only few weeks, really. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about him a bit. That's it. See ya. I believe the process is Viral DRM has this content that they have the rights to protect. They log it into their systems, and then their system will start to flag instances of that content appearing in other works that maybe didn't get a license deal or anything go through. So it will now see that that is flagged internally as a potential problem. Then it feels like they go full Yosemite Sam here, firing from the hip, shoot first, ask questions later, making the assumption that it must be a bad actor doing something, nefarious with this content to try and avoid paying for it, and thus action must be taken. And according to what Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold are saying, they don't even consult them first or anything. They just take matters into their own hands and do it without ever even bringing them up to speed on what's going on or why in regards to that content. Without ever even checking with their clients here, in this case Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold, do you want to pursue this? They're just doing it without even consulting them. And it's something that Brad Arnold mentioned is pretty disturbing to him that needs to change. So he's already trying to, get a handle on that so this doesn't happen to other creators or other people going forward, because it is an issue. Yes, it sucks that I got served this paperwork, but imagine all the other people that might have this exact same stack of legal documents sitting on their desk right now panicking that it hasn't been retracted because Brad Arnold and Reed Timmer don't even know they got it, because Viral DRM has already just went through all of this without talking to them first. When it takes 2 seconds for Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold to see, in my case, how it was utilized and be like, oh, that's totally fine. What the fuck? What are we doing here in the first place? This is a huge mistake. There's a big misunderstanding. Why are we even this far down the road on it? The reason why they even have someone manage the rights of their content, as I understand it, keep in mind I'm a little new to the whole Storm Chaser ecosystem here and how their content gets exploited and all of that. But the reason why Storm Chasers sign with these agencies and these managers is because apparently there has been a history of organizations media outlets stealing the content for their broadcasts without paying the licensing fee that they charge to license it out, or they'll do it uncredited and they'll just take it without ever even contacting the Storm Chaser. And Storm Chasers, as I understand it, they pay out of pocket for these missions, really. So they have these managers manage the rights of it so that way that doesn't happen. So if a media outlet comes in, takes the content without paying them, well, it now gets flagged internally, so now they can reach out and try and get that money that they are owed for the work. But it is clearly, fucking digivolved into something far different, where now it's extending to the entire internet space, where anyone now that shows even a brief section of the work is on the hook. Which is, I think, very different than how Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold intended for it to be utilized, especially with how Brad Arnold talked about it to me on the phone. He does not agree with how it is being utilized like this. It's just very odd. It almost feels like it's designed to be there for, a settlement, as opposed to going through, the entire process. Because it took Brad and Reed 2 seconds to get caught up to speed with what was going on and why, and say, oh, this is a big mistake. This shouldn't be happening. But the Viral DRM has already gone through all of it, and I'm now served these papers. So it feels like they just built the case very quickly, and it feels very weird to me. Because I don't think, Like, if this didn't get retracted, like, if this went through the entire song and dance, the bells and whistles, I really don't think there's a world in the fucking multiverse that Doctor Strange would peer into where this would win. So it just, the whole thing is just odd to me. I do think that there was probably paperwork signed between Reed Timmer, Brad Arnold, Viral DRM, about how they have like full autonomy to manage their rights in whatever way they deem appropriate. But I don't know if Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold were aware of things like this happening. And based on how I was speaking with Brad Arnold and what he was talking about, it seems like he doesn't really like that he doesn't know what's going on in regards to how his content is managed here and like this litigious nature. And like, it seems like the whole purpose is to stop like legitimate bad actors from stealing it and circumventing like the licensing fee and that kind of thing, which this was not doing here. And again, I have no idea if this went to a lot of people or just me. I don't know. Anyway, though, I'll stop blabbering here. Like I said, I did talk to Brad Arnold on the phone, and he was a very nice guy and very understanding of like how messy all of this was here. So, and like I said in the last video, there's no ill will here from my end towards Reed Timmer or Brad Arnold for this. I appreciate it being handled so quickly here, and I've got my fingers crossed, really hoping that if others do have this, it can be actually looked at from all parties here to see, is it a mistake like it was in this case here. So hopefully all of this can be, you know, more buttoned up and better in the future, so it can actually be used to protect their content from people that are actually trying to steal it, rip them off, and that kind of thing. So wishing both Reed Timmer and Brad Arnold the best here. I know they both have YouTube channels and their own careers. Hopefully this kind of thing is just water under the bridge now, and there'll be no more scary legalese paperwork going to people that don't deserve it. So anyway, that's really about it. See ya. You've heard me yap and whine about the overabundance of subscription services literally wringing people's wallets like towels just for the most basic of services and products. Pretty much everything now is trying to ham-fist a subscription into the business model to always be able to hose you down and shake you down for your lunch money. Obviously, the biggest culprit and the one that has really pushed the needle on this practice of subscriptions for everything is streaming platforms. And this is one that I have endlessly hawked loogies on. There are now more streaming platforms than there are pizza places in America, I imagine. There is a new streaming platform born every day for the most hyper niche shit, where they might have 5 titles but still charge you like $15 a month for the privilege of watching all 20 minutes of content they have on their service. It's terrible. Not only that, they have the gall to keep increasing prices even though these behemoths have their catalogs weakened constantly because it's so cannibalistic, where they'll lose the licensing rights for a season of their show and it'll get picked up by a different streaming platform. Like Pokemon is the most infamous example, where in order to watch every season of Pokemon for the whole series, you would need like 12 different subscriptions to 12 different services because all of them are divided so like chaotically. And that's the song and dance for so many of these streaming giants, where their catalog keeps getting weaker, yet they keep charging more for it. Like most recently, HBO Max announced their price increases, much to the chagrin of any sensible person on the planet. It's just so expensive, and it's just out of control. But I don't want to just yap about something that I've already blabbered on quite a bit. Instead, I want to focus more specifically on just how awful subscriptions have become for every industry ever. It has infested everything. It is an infection that is showing no signs of slowing down. It is spreading everywhere, and there is no better example than what I just learned about. Coming straight from Kohler's asshole to your asshole, they are introducing a toilet accessory that's basically a little camera that'll analyze your poop for you. And guess what? You have to pay a subscription fee for the privilege of having your fecal content analyzed here. So you get a shitter attachment here, like you're making a fucking Call of Duty loadout, you're putting a red dot sight on here, and you have to pay a subscription on top of it. That blows my mind. Why is that a subscription? What the fuck? I want to be clear. There are some things that a subscription makes sense for. If there's like a reoccurring purchase of something that you plan on getting long term, as long as there's like an ease of cancellation in there. I don't have like a problem with subscriptions in principle. I have a problem with the way that subscriptions are utilized for absolutely everything now, where it is just beyond exploitative. It is being shoehorned into every single product and service imaginable when there is just no reason for it. Like I said, there are legitimate good use cases of subscriptions. If it's something that you're going to be buying every month, every other month, whatever, that makes sense. I get that. This, I don't get at all. Why the fuck would this be a subscription? You've already bought the piece of technology. There is no reason to continue shaking your piggy bank out here for it. And it costs a pretty penny too. It is not cheap. You are shelling out 599 clams to get your hands on the Dakota clamps here. So basically, what this accessory is a device that clamps over the rim like a toilet bowl cleaner and points an optical sensor at your excretions and secretions. It'll analyze the images to detect any blood and reviews your gut health and hydration status. And there's apparently multiple plans to choose from that can range from $70 to $156 per year. That is, I imagine, on top of the $600 entry fee just to have that piece of technology. Which, if you don't pay the subscription for, you basically just bought a paperweight. You bought a fucking brick that is attached to your toilet bowl if you don't pay the subscription, because it just won't work. It's so silly to me. You don't even own your shitter associate here clamped to your toilet bowl. You have a brief permission slip to access it and use that technology as long as you're paying the subscription fee, as long as you're suckling on their titties. We are fully in the age now of you will own nothing and be happy. That is where we are. You actually basically own nothing at this point, and that is the way every industry is gearing towards. It is pushing everything to just, you have the idea of a product or service. You don't actually have your paws on anything. There's nothing real there. It's all imaginary. You are granted limited access with the fee that you pay for it, but can be taken away at any time for basically any reason at this point. It is truly an age where you actually pay for things but don't own any of it. I cannot believe that something like a toilet bowl accessory is now having a subscription model attached to it. Now, I don't even hate the idea of this item, by the way. It is like an important thing to monitor like your gut health. Like, there is a lot that, with the amount of tomatoes I've thrown at Ubisoft over the last couple of years, I could run Heinz out of business. It is incredibly easy to hate this company, and they make it clear that they deserve it. They are not shy about telling you how much they hate you. They have become infamous for the you will own nothing and be happy mentality. They have even point blank said that gamers need to be comfortable not owning their games. This is a company that every step of the way chooses all of the wrong options during the QuickTime events. They are not even accidentally saying things that anyone could appreciate, even the most diehard Ubisoft Formula fans, if such a creature even exists at this point. They can't even unintentionally say something agreeable. Even as their stock price plummets, fucking death spirals, they somehow dig deeper. This is the equivalent to the captain of a sinking ship turning on all the sink faucets to try and fill it up with even more water as much as possible. I cannot understand it. Today, they've gone on quite the spree here, an entire montage of bad takes from Ubisoft, and I have to make fun of them again. I actually have to. Keep in mind, this company is so misguided. They released multiple NFT games only a year ago. And NFTs are dead and buried, and somehow Ubisoft is still pooping those puppies out. It's crazy how out of touch Ubisoft is. In order to prove that the stupid juice is still flowing deeply at Ubisoft headquarters to this day, let's go ahead and show you their most recent annual financial report where they talk about their microtransactions and how microtransactions are actually a good thing because it allows their players to experience more fun. Very reminiscent of that time EA defended Battlefront controversial decisions by claiming that it was intended to give players a sense of pride and accomplishment. You can catch a slight whiff of that aroma here in the Ubisoft financial report with that statement. And I also can't help but giggle at the first line in their financial report where they try and claim that they're an industry leader in this sector. What a load of fucking barnacles. Get a load of this guy. Maybe at one point in time they were, but these days they are just a public spittoon for people to walk by and hawk loogies on. They are a sad shell of their former self. But this is all public. You can all read it yourself if you want to put your peepers on it. Down here is where you can find this statement. The adoption of monetization and engagement policies that respect the player experience and are sustainable in the long term. At Ubisoft, the golden rule when developing premium games is to allow players to enjoy the game in full without having to spend more. Our monetization offer within premium games makes the player experience more fun by allowing them to personalize their avatars or progress more quickly. However, this is optional. How delusional can you be? It's not even like a good lie. The motivator for these microtransactions that they are ham-fisting into every single game of theirs for the last decade is solely driven by wanting to hose the consumer for more money beyond the initial purchase of the game. Trying to squeeze some more coins out of the piggy banks of the players, hoping that some of the whales will pay to maybe speed progress up like they mention. And while yes, it is optional, there is a little something called pay to win, and it is a very real thing. It's not some make-believe boogeyman. But even in cases where you're offering microtransactions in single-player games, which Ubisoft loves to do, that's not exactly something worth celebrating, because now you're devoting resources into trying to find ways to get more money out of this single-player game, when those resources could have been devoted to just making the game better in the first place, something that Ubisoft seems very against. Their games fall into the same formula and have been for so long now that people are beyond tired of it, and instead of trying to find ways to breathe new life into their titles, they instead try and find new ways of monetizing them through these microtransactions and shit. It's so tone-deaf as well, and it shows very clearly that they don't even see player feedback, because every single Ubisoft game that comes out that is riddled, infected with microtransactions, like every Assassin's Creed now, you find collective sighs from even the most loyal supporters of the franchise. People aren't happy with it. And here they are just completely ignoring it and trying to spin it as a positive thing. Like, oh, it's always optional. Like, it actually like goes over really well because, I mean, it's personalized fun, right? Who wouldn't want to pay for that? Am I right? But another thing that also came out here is Ubisoft's thoughts on the real reason Star Wars Outlaws flopped. They are blaming disinterest in the franchise, which, when it was reported that Outlaws was stumbling and not performing all that well, that was cope they used back then as well, like some whispers of it being like, oh, the IP is just not as strong as it once was. Now they're just coming out here with their whole chest saying, no, the reason Outlaws didn't do well is just because no one cares about Star Wars anymore, which is fucking crazy. They are just refusing to take the L and come to terms with the fact that the reason Outlaws didn't do well is it's just not a good game. And it doesn't even have the decency of being like a laughably horrible game where it could be like entertaining in how shitty it is. It is just so boring. It is like the most safe, by-the-numbers, bland, sterile, Ubisoft, Ubislop game. It is the same generic, open-world Ubisoft experience that we have seen 1,000 times before, and clearly people are tired of. The only difference with this one is it had a Star Wars skin on it, and also some of the worst stealth you'll find. But outside of the worst stealth you'll find, everything else was just serviceable. And it didn't even try to do anything well. It was just content being mid. And Ubisoft has, for some reason, really struggled with accepting the fact that mid just doesn't really cut it anymore. People don't want more Ubisoft open world games. It's been done a billion times the exact same way every time. It's tired and it's played out, and the sales show that with Star Wars Outlaws. It has nothing to do with the weakening of the IP, which is a real thing. Since going to Disney, it hasn't been as strong. A lot of the Disney shows have been super stinkers, but I think there is more evidence to the contrary that there is a hunger for good Star Wars, as demonstrated by Andor. I can't glaze Andor enough. I think that show is a masterpiece, and I think the reception and the absolute booming success of it speaks for that. People want good Star Wars. They're just not getting it often. Very rarely with something like Andor coming out. Star Wars Outlaws falls into the really uninteresting bucket of Star Wars that people just don't want to play with anymore. They don't want to touch, they don't want to indulge with. But there is still very much a lot of people wanting good Star Wars. It has nothing to do with the IP, with why Star Wars Outlaws flopped. But Goober is still trying to write it off as one of the contributing factors that the game suffered from a number of items. First, it suffered from the fact it was released at a time when the brand that it belonged to, was in a bit of choppy water. And then he acknowledges some technical problems, such as things missing polish, but they were polished and debugged early enough, but it had an effect. Which, again, like, yeah, there were some technical issues, but that is not the main reason that it failed, nor is it the strength of the IP during your release window here. You made basically the exact same copy and paste Ubisoft open world game again. No one wants it. Just accept it and do something different. The final little nugget from Ubisoft today is in regards to them loosely addressing Stop Killing Games, or more so, what they believe Stop Killing Games is about. And it's not the best response, but it's also being misrepresented by some publications with what he was actually saying. So apparently, Ubisoft CEO Goober was asked to respond to the movement at a recent shareholders meeting and said, regarding the petition, we operate in a market. And whenever we release a game, we provide a lot of support for that game. We also provide a lot of services to make sure that the game is accessible and remains playable 24/7. Wow, what saints. How unique. These heroes make sure a game is accessible 24/7, huh? That's never been done before. Holy shit. Crazy concept. Whoa. You mean even on weekends you can play your games? It's so stupid. Ubisoft does the absolute bare fucking minimum. Anyway, though, moving on. Goober says that the company provides information regarding the game and how long the game can be played, though he doesn't go into specifics about how those notices work. The crew, this is speaking in particular about the crew, did have a badge on its front box noting online connection required. You should have known better. You weren't actually buying anything. You were paying to rent. We were giving you a permission slip to play our game for however long we deemed worthy. And the notice in the fine print on the back that Ubisoft may cancel access to one or more specific online features upon a 30-day prior notice. Jumping a bit forward, he says, but this kind of issue is not specific to Ubisoft. All video game publishers are faced with that issue. You provide a service, but nothing is written in stone, and at some point the service may be discontinued. Nothing is eternal. And we are doing our best to make sure that things go well for all players and buyers, because obviously support for all games cannot last forever. The article then notes that this is not what Stop Killing Games is trying to do, trying to get perpetual support for the rest of fucking the galactic existence of these games or whatever. That is, again, not at all what it's looking for. Anyway, though, he goes on to say, the lifespan of a piece of software, whenever there's a service component, eventually services may be discontinued, but eventually the software may become obsolete over time. A lot of tools become obsolete 10, 15 years down the line. They're no longer available, and that is why we release a new version. And so we have version 2 and then version 3, but clearly this is a far-reaching issue, and we're working on it. Now, maybe I'm being too charitable in my interpretation here, but from this statement from him, it sounds more like he is identifying that this issue of games ceasing to exist once the development cycle has concluded is an issue that is not exclusive to just Ubisoft, and currently what Ubisoft does is just pull the plug and give players a notice of the impending doom. And he also makes a mention that games can't be supported by the developers forever, and then goes on to talk about how other tools also become obsolete and don't exist forever. It sounds more to me like he's just making a general statement about it, which he's right. The development on a game can't support it forever, which is why it's not what Stop Killing Games is asking for. It is asking for end-of-life plans, so that way when the development cycle is complete and they want to wash their hands of the product, what they do is they would have a plan in place in order for that game to be turned over in some way so that the community that paid for the game can still access the product they paid money for. It can still exist beyond the developer's need to support it. It is not an unreasonable ask. There have been so many game industry veterans with decades worth of experience in the industry coming forward to talk about how important something like that is and how reasonable and feasible it is as well. It is not some like ridiculous request or anything. It is very much doable. And what a lot of articles have run with from the Ubisoft statement is when he just made a mention of the support for the game can't last forever. And to me, that wasn't like the whole crux of what he was trying to say. And again, maybe I'm being too charitable here to Ubisoft Goober, but with the whole statement, it seems more like he's just identifying it is a far-reaching issue, and it is something that isn't exclusive to Ubisoft, but it is something that he also says that they're working on. It doesn't seem like he was trying to harp on that statement, like, can't support it forever, as like what Stop Killing Games is about. It doesn't really seem like it was targeted and trying to spin Stop Killing Games as that, like I was initially led to believe from the articles that were talking about it. When you see the whole thing, I think it paints a little bit of a different picture. Of course, I'm still no Ubisoft enthusiast here, and of course, Ubisoft isn't exactly happy with this direction, I'm sure, but it doesn't seem like he was trying to misrepresent Stop Killing Games as demanding that we support forever. So, anyway, I still don't love the statement from him, because I still don't love the way they tackle it. I do appreciate that he says they're working on it. I guess we'll see if they actually do. But anyway, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about how Ubisoft is going these days, because, yikes. Not very good. It doesn't seem all that positive for Ubisoft. And I don't know when they're finally going to have their come to Jesus moment and start making good games again and start making decisions that make sense in the industry. That's really about it. So yeah. A trend I've been making fun of a lot recently is how anytime something comes out that's good, it then gets paraded around as though it's the best thing ever made. And also on the flip side of that coin, anything that comes out that's not very good or kind of mid is then just labeled as the worst thing ever made. It's an affront to God. Human beings have never produced something so dog shit like this. It's just these extremes. And it's always so annoying. Like, especially like with horror movies. I talk about this one a lot because every 6 or so months there's a horror film that comes out and it's like, it's the scariest thing ever. You're going to fucking poop. It's gonna be so it's That's the noise you'll be making watching this one because it's that scary. It's gonna grip your fucking heart and do this with it. It's so extreme, and you watch it, it's like, okay, I mean, that was a fine movie, I guess. And they do that for anything. So now it's extremely commonplace that anything that comes out that's good has like a 99 on Metacritic or a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. And then you play it or watch it, and it's just like, oh, I mean, it was good. I don't know if it's like a near perfect masterpiece, but I mean, it was good. Like, everything just has to be taken to like the most extreme level of glaze or the most extreme level of spit. I don't know, it's just, I'm very tired of that. So when Project Hail Mary came out, the reason for this tangent, Project Hail Mary has been getting this same treatment where it's being labeled the best sci-fi film in the last decade or like 2 decades, whatever they're saying. One of the best movies ever made. 2026 has been blessed with a gift from the heavens above with Project Hail Mary. And I see that, and I'm just immediately turned off. I just go in with this preconception that it'll probably be good, but it's never going to live up to this hype. I just always think it sets things up for failure. But in the case of Project Hail Mary, I do think the glaze is warranted. I don't know if I'd go as far as to call it the best sci-fi film of the last decade or the best sci-fi film ever made, but holy shit is it an extremely good movie. Now, I haven't read the book this is based on. I know it's a beloved book, and from my understanding, based on everything that I'm seeing from everyone that's watched this movie, this is a very faithful adaptation of the source material, which... trust me, if you're standing up, you need to sit down, because this is a big revelation that'll knock you off your fucking feet. It seems like the winning formula when it comes to adaptations is staying true to the source material, because we're seeing time and time again that when these studios decide to faithfully adapt something, they usually make something much better than if they try and do it their own way, pinky up thinking they know better. We're more sophisticated than this shit that we're adapting, like Halo, for example. We know better. And so I'm happy to see that fans of the book are enjoying this movie, because even as someone who hasn't read the book, I really enjoyed this movie. I imagine it's probably even better if you have read the book, but for me, having no knowledge at all of what this movie was even about, I was pretty blown away from start to finish. The movie comes out of the gate swinging. We are introduced to our main character, Grace, who wakes up on a ship. His other crew members did not survive this journey. He is having a hard time remembering why he's there. This is because he's been in a coma for quite some time, so his memories are slowly coming back to him, and we're being drip-fed information as to what his mission is and why he's there. And we learn the stakes. We learn what's going on, about how the Earth is in a dreadful situation, an extinction event, where the sun's energy is being sapped by alien parasites. And the only way that they can think to try and combat this and stop the sun from getting just fucking slurped up here, having all the juices just gobbled up by the parasites, is to go to a distant planet that is 11 light years away, because it's the only star they can find that isn't being dimmed by this parasite, the astrophage. And our main character, Grace, embarks on that mission to try and find the means to fight back against this, to save the planet, because within a few generations, humanity would be extinct. Starvation setting in within 30 years, just huge pandemonium, and Grace is now humanity's last hope. Most of this film is just Grace in the spaceship doing some science, some fucking full-blown Bill Nye experimentation here. And my God, is it captivating. Ryan Gosling's performance here, I think, is spectacular. I think he does an extremely good job. This isn't like his normal, like, stoic mystery man type shit. Like, this is a high energy, joking goofball of a man who isn't just one-dimensional. Like, he has plenty of vulnerable moments. He is very well written, and they do a great job of making you want to root for him. And then there's another character who is not a human. It is Rocky, who is an alien life form whom Grace and him have a chance encounter. And turns out Rocky is there on a similar mission, trying to figure out how to stop the astrophage to save his people, his homeworld. And this is really like the emotional beat, the emotional meat of the entire film, is this friendship between Rocky and Grace. And one thing I really appreciate is Rocky is an alien that doesn't look like your standard, like, normal alien that's supposed to make you go like, oh, it's so, like, human-esque, so that way you can connect to it. It's a fucking pile of rocks. It's like a little, like, crab guy of rocks. He looks like a Magic the Gathering card. And he's got no face. He's got, like, a giant gaping asshole on the bottom of him. But this character is so well written, and this friendship is so thoroughly explored, that it is just something that immediately draws you in. I found it fucking impossible to not smile with these two here. Like, there's real chemistry there. And, like, the writing, like, when they use jokes, actually made me giggle. Like, it's not just lazy Marvel quips and quirkiness like that. And it's not only about comedy or anything. It's just such a really well-written friendship that is just touching. And the movie really respects your intelligence as a viewer. It is actually using real, like, science, and, like, they're actually working hard to find the solution through, like, tons of experimentation, trial and error, like, actual methodology here, as opposed to just, like, random happenstance and getting lucky. You know, Ryan Gosling takes the bite of a sandwich and he goes, wait, this bread, it's wet. The solution, soggy bread, it's jogged my memory, like that kind of thing. It's like they're actually working through this issue in a logical manner. But of course, like I was just talking about, the most touching part of the film is this friendship. It's a very human thing, even though one of the characters here is not human. And I think something that really helps sell this to make it feel so impactful is the fact that Rocky is not a fully CGI character. Rocky is an animatronic puppet. There, of course, is CGI blended into that craft as well, but the fact that Rocky has a physical presence, being like an actual puppet that's interacting with Ryan Gosling in a physical space, it really helps make it feel much more real. So, like, I feel like it helps elevate that connection while watching this film and the friendship that's unfolding here. I really don't have a single complaint about this movie. Every character is well written. The visuals are stunning. The action moments, even though there's not many, are good. The music was extraordinary. I want to make a special mention of the music here. My God, it was going ballistic. So yeah, I gotta say, Project Hail Mary, it definitely lived up to the very high praise it's getting. I think it is warranted. I really, really, really liked it. Yeah, that's really about it. Yep. Well, it happened a little sooner than I expected, but I think everyone knew this was on the horizon. AI is now making actors. And the first AI actress is about to be signed by a Hollywood talent agency, it seems. Meet Tilly Norwood.
Like if a Sunday roast went to drama school and got BAFTA optimized.
But can she cry on Graham Norton?
Of course she can, and it'll be clipped, subtitled, and monetized on TikTok by lunchtime.
If that isn't the most pathetic fucking thing I have ever heard. So this is an AI-generated video to announce their AI actress Tilly Norwood. Her 5-second bursts of acting in this comedy sketch were so impressive that she is now being eyed by talent agents, according to Eline Vandervelden. I don't know who that is, but that sounds like the name of a character from a Duke Nukem game. So, at the Zurich summit, apparently there were agents, fucking falling over themselves to sign Tilly Norwood, the first AI actress.
We're all going to hell. Got recommissioned, didn't it?
3 seasons and a podcast.
By an AI commissioner.
That's right, baby. 3 seasons and a fucking podcast. This is a certified LeBron scream if you love Tilly Norwood. Ah! Moment. Tilly to the moon. I've said it for years. She is an underrated gem. Ever since her debut in Funky Fart Blasters Volume 8 Deluxe, I've said Tilly Norwood has what it takes to make it in Hollywood. Be damned to the flesh and blood machine future. Good future. We want Tilly to be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. That's the aim of what we're doing. What a noble goal. Yeah, fuck working hard for something or spending a long time grinding to get somewhere. Just go ahead and make the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman with AI. People are realizing that their creativity doesn't need to be boxed in by a budget. There are no constraints creatively, and that's why AI can really be a positive. It's just about changing people's viewpoint. Well, I got a viewpoint for you. How about this, huh? What do you think of this viewpoint? That's my butt cheeks right there. I almost fell off the chair. A little wobbly. Change that, huh? I'm so tired of this goddamn spin. Like, AI is allowing people's creative juices to overflow. The cup runneth over on creativity thanks to the power of AI. This is literally the absence of creativity. It has nothing to do with budget. If you can't afford an A-lister, there are plenty of talented actors that don't charge that kind of money. Fucking find them. There are talented people that aren't Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. So if you're feeling constrained by a budget, maybe look elsewhere outside of the A-list. And if I have to hear this despicable, silly, stupid, ugly-ass excuse of it allows everyone to get creative, I'm gonna have a conniption. I'm gonna have a fucking freak out. Creativity is like air. It's free. It's all around you. The only difference is you need to learn how to be creative. So like if you have some ideas in your noodle floating around and you want to like draw them, learn how to fucking draw. If you have a story you want to tell, learn how to write. If you have an idea for a character that you want portrayed, well, learn how to cast for someone that fits that. Now, don't worry, they're addressing the elephant in the asshole here about, not too long ago, AI was seen by many in the industry as a negative and something to push away at all cost. Remember the US writer strikes? Yet today it is being embraced by an increasingly large swath of industry, partly because it offers a way around the seriously tough economic conditions that producers in particular are operating in. I like how they start this by saying not too long ago, as if this viewpoint has passed. This is still the prevalent viewpoint. People don't like everything being replaced by fucking AI slop. But I will say I appreciate their honesty, the going full mask off there about the whole goal of it, to just save money on the bottom line and nothing else, to cut corners and save cash. They just right in your face say that. So I at least appreciate they didn't try and like sugarcoat it or anything there. It's the whole purpose behind it is because it saves the top of the food chain a lot of money. Oh yeah, this next section's super fun. It's a little sneak peek of what I imagine the Hollywood writing process is going to look like for all the big budget blockbusters in the next couple of years, because you can save a lot of money on like writers because you can just have ChatGPT be your writing partner, I guess. She describes it as sort of a writing partner. It would come back to me with ideas and I would be an exec producer effectively. We worked together, I then got feedback from lots of people and we adapted constantly. Evil Dead Burn, the newest Evil Dead movie just dropped, just got back from the theaters, and let me tell you something. The diabolical deceased in this one, they're making like my ass after eating too much grease. They are burning. The title doesn't lie. And I won't lie either, I didn't like it as much as Evil Dead Rise. But I did still like it. I think it's a good movie. It's just wasn't as good as Evil Dead Rise, which I thought delivered pretty much everything you'd want in an Evil Dead movie. It really nailed everything that it was going for there. I am quite a big fan of that one. And I do like this one. It's just if you're going to compare it to the last one, I do think it's a slight step backwards. Nothing drastic. It's just, I think now it's getting to the point where you kind of know exactly what to expect from an Evil Dead film. This one is very content just giving you the same dish again, which is kind of a complaint I had about The Mummy, Lee Cronin's The Mummy, where it just kind of felt like I got fed a reheated Evil Dead Rise. This feels like I got served something off the Evil Dead Rise menu that was a little bit cheaper. Like, they're all still fine. Like, this movie, I like it a lot more than Lee Cronin's The Mummy, but it's still pretty much one-to-one what you're expecting having seen an Evil Dead movie. I would have liked to just see it try to do something a little more, shake it up a bit. But it's still good. Like, it's still fun. Like, watching the Deadites, get all gross and gory while giggling and joking around. Though in this movie, I will say they're not as, deviously taking pleasure in, the tormenting of their targets or anything like that. They're much more, strictly business. They didn't have as many, joke lines or anything. Not to say that this film's light on the comedy. Comedy is, kind of a big part of Evil Dead's identity, and it is here. There are some, actually pretty solid sequences that got a bit of a giggle, especially when it came to, the grandmother. So, they did do a good job still with the comedy. It's just most of it didn't come through the Deadites this time around. They felt a lot more serious. Though they also felt a lot less intimidating in this one, which is surprising because they did, like I said, take it more seriously. Like, they were there on a mission. In a nutshell, they are now after this family because they have a special item that directly counters them. They've got the Excalibur to vanquish the Deadites, and it was accidentally discovered by the son of the grandfather, whom you'll recognize his voice because he is the voice on the tapes in Evil Dead Rise. So his grandson was in his attic in his house and happened to find that item, which awoke the Deadites because they now felt its presence and needed to go get rid of it so that way they couldn't just be stopped by it. And in doing so, they were there on a mission, so they weren't, being as, jokey or anything, but they also just weren't being very effective at killing either. They still, of course, did take detours to try and, unnerve and freak out the family and shit, like drinking candle wax or, shooting themselves in the head to blow pieces of their brain out while kind of, aura farming while doing it. But if you're expecting Evil Dead Rise where there's, wacky one-liners and stuff coming from them, it's not here. Not really. Which I don't think is the biggest deal in the world, but it's something I wanted to make a mention of. Anyway, the film gives you some characters that you probably won't care about except for its main character, Alice. So Alice is in an abusive relationship with her husband, Will. And Will's family is the one that has the history of dabbling in this Deadite business here. We're just going to get into spoilers. I don't even know why I'm going to vaguely talk about it. So the grandfather is the one on the tapes. He had been researching everything about the Deadites, had found the dagger that can vanquish them, and he had all of these artifacts, all this research, and Will's brother Joseph had been researching it because he's a writer and was going to write a book about it. Joseph has a girlfriend, Thea, and Will, Joseph, Thea, and Alice are pretty tight. And then one night at a club, Will and Alice are getting into it in front of Thea and Joseph, and it ends in like a huge blow up. Will is very clearly just like a loose cannon, and he's showing in front of them that he is pretty abusive, but no one really steps in to do anything about it. So then he storms off drunk driving, and that's when he encounters Deadite Jessica from Evil Dead Rise, the beginning of Evil Dead Rise, who had just killed 2 fishermen after being alerted to the dagger being found. So now she is trying to find it. She kills 2 fishermen and then gets hit by Will on the road and then burns him alive and possesses him. And through that, ends up possessing Will's father, Will and Joseph's father, Edgar, and that's when things pop off. And then Edgar starts like attacking. He murders the family dog at the dinner table, and then murders Joseph's girlfriend. And now they have 2 Deadites here, and they have to fight against them. And the whole time, like I said, the Deadites aren't really being like super jokey or anything, but the whole time that they're attacking, they're kind of just like throwing wet noodle punches and then like sometimes slamming. Like when they're slamming against the wall, like slamming the mother against the wall, it's very clearly very strong, like superhuman strength. But a lot of the time they're not even doing that. They're just like, I don't know, shaking them like it's a protein shake and not really doing a whole lot of anything. Hello, communication enthusiasts. Just wanted to do a little check-in here. I know all of us are salivating, waiting on bated breath for our Trump phones to finally ship. And about 2 months ago, on January 12th, I did my first little check-in to see what's going on because the T1 device was supposed to ship in 2025, in the summer of 2025. But when they missed that initial promise, they then said, as a result of the government shutdown and stuff, we had to put the kibosh on it for a little while, had to pump the brakes, so it's coming any day now. Well, any day was not 2026 either, it seems, because January they still had no idea. I was talking to customer support, they had no clue. And I just started thinking, well, it's been 2 months since the last time I called, might as well get a little status report, see if anything's changed over there. Shocker, nothing's changed, but they're saying any day now. And you'll get to hear on the phone call, the representative did kind of give like a tentative release date idea, kind of like the concept of a release, which obviously inspires confidence. So mark your calendar for the nebulous idea of any day now for the delivery of the Trump phone, which, by the way, it's not like pre-orders were free or anything to reserve. People forked over 100 clams for a phone that they were told they'd be receiving in the summer of 2025, or even still on their website, the end of 2025. Feel like that might need a little sprucing up because it is not accurate unless they hit it somewhere at the end of 2025 and you gotta find it like the fucking One Piece or something. And again, this was $100 flushed down the shitter here for this. And according to data, like the available numbers, thousands upon thousands of people paid $100 to reserve this device that they were supposed to be having in their hands in 2025. And now it's still not, no one's got it, no one's even seen it. I can't find a single photo or video of the T1 device being tested or utilized or even shown. So there's still nothing tangible at all, and complete radio silence from Trump Mobile on the whereabouts of the phone. Which blows my mind because I don't want to just regurgitate everything from last video, but if you don't recall, the Trump phone, its whole selling point was, this is a fully American-made mobile device that you can pre-order for $100 to reserve it, and it would cost hundreds of dollars, not thousands, which, if you know anything about electronics, is actual unicorn shit. This is gobbledygook they were spitting out, because a fully American-made phone would cost thousands of dollars. There is just no way to deliver what they were claiming as an American-made phone. At that price point, it would have been impossible. So, on their website, they changed it from made in the USA to now just being proudly American, and they also got rid of the September 2025 release date on there because they missed it by a little bit, and they've missed every other release date that they've tried to fart out. And I think that's probably the last time they updated the site because that site still has such inaccurate information. It feels like the Trump Mobile website gets less updates than the fucking Space Jam GeoCities website. It is crazy because they still have things on there about like how it's coming at the end of the year, 2025, that kind of stuff. But the reason I find it so interesting is because I expected them, and many others speculated, that they would just drop ship some Alibaba trash phone just to hawk something, since people put hundreds of dollars on it and they just like spray paint it gold. But they haven't even done that. They just have delivered nothing and have gone completely catatonic on the whole subject of the T1 device. It is very weird. Like it's not cheap. You put $100 down on the idea of having a phone maybe at some point. And they don't even bother trying to keep you updated on it at all. You have to call and pry some information out of them. Information that may just be completely made up fiddlesticks, by the way. But anyway, let me show you how the check-in went with the actual customer service here to get some answers. Let's do a little check. There were so many iterations. I mean, it took a long time, I'm not going to lie. And it's also about performance, right? Because every one of these characters will say the lines differently and you need to instruct them differently. If this comedy sketch is anything to go off of, boy howdy is the future bright for blockbuster productions. High quality material being shit out here, no doubt. I hate that they're trying to coin a new term here, by the way, AI directing. At first the line was pronounced as, "But can she cry on Graham Norton?" with the wrong emphasis, and we needed the voice to be more doubtful, so you're really trying to find the words to describe the emotion. It's like instructing an actor, really, and for me it was very much about getting the right performance out of the AI actors, because if they say it in a wooden way, it wouldn't have worked at all. It is so pathetic how many terms people desperately try and put onto just using AI, like prompt engineer and now AI directing. Holy shit, it's so cringe. As you can imagine, with normal people that aren't brainwashed fucking vampire weirdos in Hollywood, this didn't go over well. So they did make a response. To those who have expressed anger over the creation of my AI character Tilly Norwood, she is not a replacement for a human being, but a creative work, a piece of art. Like many forms of art before her, she sparks conversation, and that in itself shows the power of creativity. She keeps using that word, but I don't think she knows what it means. How in the fuck is this in any way, shape, or form creativity? Like, what? What are you talking about? People got mad at you because of this, and all of a sudden it's like, thank you for being creative. Like what? Like maybe creative insults? I don't even understand, really. Just because you made people mad doesn't mean that it was, the power of creativity that had done it. I see AI not as a replacement for people, but as a new tool, a new paintbrush. Just as animation, puppetry, or CGI open fresh possibilities without taking away from live acting, AI offers another way to imagine and build stories. I'm an actor myself, and nothing, certainly not an AI character, can take away the craft or joy of human performance. Creating Tilly has been for me an act of imagination and craftsmanship, not unlike drawing a character, writing a role, or shaping a performance. If I have to hear this absurd cope one more time, I'm gonna have a conniption. This is just fundamentally no wrinkles in the brain type comparison here to say that AI is a tool like, CGI or animation. How it didn't take away from live actors, it's just in addition to. It is so far removed from that. I don't know how many times I have to teach you this lesson, old man. Like, Jesus Christ. You compare it to a paintbrush. Set a paintbrush down and then tell it what you want to be painted on that canvas. Tell me what happens. Nothing, right? Because tools cannot just do the shit on their own. You can't set a pencil down and tell it to draw James Corden fighting Goku. But I can go right now on any myriad of AI services and just type in James Corden fighting Goku and generate 1,000 images of it. I cannot do that in anything else that's not AI. It is not like animation. It is not like CGI. It just does shit for you based on whatever sentences you feed it. You are not special. You're not a fucking prompt engineer or an AI director because you change some sentences around to generate a new video. It is not a tool. Animation, puppetry, CGI, that is a totally separate art form and expression that takes immense talent. AI doesn't. There's no training required. There's nothing. You just type in sentences. So as long as you are literate, it'll just spit out something that loosely resembles whatever you fucking cooked up in your noodle and typed on the keyboard. It is a dog shit comparison. It is the absence of creativity, and it is not a tool. It is a replacement. As you said on your own little press release for this, its goal is to save producers money because it's cheaper. They will choose an AI actor for a role over a human being because they don't need to pay the AI actor a fucking salary. You said it yourself, it is to cut cost. Holy shit. Anyway, though, enough yapping about that. Tilly Norwood, she's got a bright future ahead of her, no doubt. I'm very excited to see what Hollywood agency swoops in and signs her. They're gonna have a real breakout star. Shit sucks. That's really about it. Yeah. I used to be an Epic Games glazer. I am reformed now. I've seen Tim Sweeney for what he truly is, a dweeb, just a pathetic twerp. But there was a time when I was gushing grannies over the direction Epic Games was going. With their incredible success with Fortnite unlocking the infinite money glitch, it really felt like they were actively trying to use that to help elevate other developers as well. And they had very generous splits with the community when it came to like custom content and like the Fortnite creator codes and stuff. Like the successful maps that the community makes on Fortnite, their program was giving them millions of dollars, like a very unprecedented split with the people that were making that content. So for a while, I really was, pumping my fist like, hey, go Epic. Even though I'm not the biggest Fortnite fan, I just bought hook, line, and sinker into the idea that this was a company that actually did care about the industry and other developers as well as the community. And maybe some people in the company still do, but Tim Sweeney I don't think is one of them. The mask has fully slipped on this guy, and I'm seeing Voldemort for what he is. This guy fucking sucks. Dude loves to hit the Twitter sphere and drop the most cringe-inducing takes you'll see a gaming CEO unapologetically fart out. He's been going Insano style recently, just dropping bad take after bad take out the wazoo almost daily, so I wanted to go through a little montage of his lowlights. One of them that actually made me giggle really hard is how he loves to keep giving advice to Valve on how they can be more successful. Which is very tough talk coming from someone who has the goddamn Epic Games Store, an absolute joke of a platform that's become synonymous with garbage. It is comical. People shoot spitballs at the Epic Games Store. It's a flop and everyone knows it. Yet he keeps piping up, chiming in, saying things like, Steam charges such high fees that companies like Genshin Impact maker MiHoYo find it more profitable to go it alone, but then had to be reminded from fans that MiHoYo has multiple games on Steam, so he can't even get anything right when it comes to offering unsolicited advice to a significantly more successful company. It feels like a child who keeps tugging on his dad's, coat, give me attention, please. Gabe Newell, please, give me attention. Look, I'm trying to help, look. It's just so embarrassing. Here's the full tweet here where he's making the statement. It comes as a reply to someone saying, it's Steam's fault that Epic won't put their games on there, apparently. Tim somehow finds this tweet and then says, here's what's happening economically. Steam charges such high fees that developers with strong brands and big enough audience, like Epic, Riot, and MiHoYo, find it more profitable to go it alone. Ironically, lower fees and more openness might increase Steam profit. Is that right, Tim? Why don't you try and focus this Galaxy Brain strategy on increasing profit for your completely dead and rotted Epic Games Store, man? You have your own platform, you know that, right? Why are you even trying to come out here like the savant in the industry on successful platforms? Steam not only dwarfs Epic Games Store, but fucking world stars it. Like, they Gangnam Style on top of Epic Games Store. And yet he keeps doing this shit constantly. And he's wrong, again, because MiHoYo has multiple games on Steam. It's just crazy. It's clear, because he has the Epic Games Store, he has to keep finding ways of trying to, passive-aggressively fight against Steam, because that's obviously their biggest competitor. But he's so bad at it. Now, in an interview with PC Gamer, which is where some of the conversation stems from, where Tim was talking about the whole kit and caboodle of future games AI, because Tim Sweeney has become a huge AI shill, and he had another wacky AI take just today we'll go over in a little bit. He was also asked about whether Valve would ever join forces with Epic. It's now clear that nobody's going to end up with an absolute monopoly. And then he goes into Team Open and his objections to Steam AI disclosure, by the way, which we're definitely going to talk about, because he is a big advocate for getting rid of the AI disclosure Steam requires when your game uses AI. But I want to start here. This is coming off of a previous question about if he ever sees a future where Valve and Epic work together. And he's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Because Gabe Newell occupies more of Tim Sweeney's mind than Epic Game Store actually does. I'm pretty sure he goes to bed thinking about Gabe Newell. He's probably got like a bubblegum statue like fucking Helga Pataki did for Arnold in Hey Arnold. He is constantly thinking about Valve and Gabe Newell. But anyway, off the back of that question about like that Avengers team up there, he is then asked, do you think Valve can be convinced of that? They've got a nice thing going. So he says, we'll see. They have a nice thing going on PC, but they reach what percentage of the PC audience? You know, they don't reach any of the Fortnite audience. They don't have Fortnite and Riot Games and Genshin Impact. By the way, bro, they do have like the Hoyoverse audience. A lot of the MiHoYo games are on there. You're just literally wrong and refusing to even bother to get it right. And many other top games in the industry on Steam. They're missing out on a lot of opportunity that I think they could have if they took the more forward-looking open view that Epic has taken and Microsoft has taken. Microsoft Store charges 12%, really good deal. Google now giving all developers a better deal. Some really cool things coming for the future. So I think there really is the opportunity to form Team Open. Steam's got a pretty sweet business. A lot of gamers love Steam, but imagine if you could have Steam on all platforms. What if you could have it on iPhone? What if you have it on Android? What if they carried a lot of games? Or what if they keep doing what they've been doing for the last 2 decades that's been working without a hitch? Nothing. Do nothing and win. They got it right. They've cemented themselves as the de facto platform everyone flocks to when it comes to a PC title. I don't see why they'd make some huge pivot just because Tim Sweeney says so and tries to offer alternative solutions to a non-existent problem that Steam has. Like, there are plenty of things you can criticize Steam for. I know I've done it quite a bit in the past, but in terms of every other platform on the market in this industry, they are still the best. The only one that even comes close is GOG, but they occupy a different niche. Nobody is willingly choosing the Epic Game Store over Steam if they have the choice. It just doesn't happen. So why the fuck is this guy trying to make it seem like it's even close or that there'd be any value in them teaming up and offering like these creative ideas on how to make it even better when all of his ideas for the Epic Game Store clearly don't work? And I also love that Tim Sweeney is parading around as the Team Open guy, giving the idea that he wants everything to be open, transparent, collaborative, meanwhile also trying to push for Steam to remove the AI disclosures that they slap on games that use generative AI components and assets. Doesn't feel very open to me. I think there is nothing wrong with having that disclosure there, and in fact, I love when companies give consumers even more information on the products that they might be purchasing. And right now, AI in video games is something people care a lot about. Some people don't give a shit if there's AI there, so the AI disclosure doesn't matter to them, but there are people that do and don't want to just be playing slop. So it's nothing more than just giving consumers information on a product. That's it. Why is that a bad thing? Well, it's because Tim is a big AI guy, and he's not wrong that right now a lot of people don't want it, which is bad for Tim. So in the PC Gamer interview, he talks about AI's place in the workflow in the games industry, talking about how it can be used for drudge work, which is actually something I've talked about. I do think there is a very legitimate use case of AI when it comes to like just bulk garbage time work that isn't occupied by an actual like position in the company. It's people that have other positions that get forced to do like the tedious grunt work that's just served as like background tasks and shit. And that can be handled by AI without negatively impacting anyone or the product itself. That would be it being utilized as an actual tool. And from what I was reading, there's not like a mandatory AI disclosure that your poop can say about your health, and it is something a lot of people overlook. So something like this could actually be like really helpful to some people. It could even potentially save lives. There's definitely that possibility as well, but it can only do that if you're willing to pay a subscription fee for it. That's unbelievable. That is unfathomable to me. I can find no justifiable explanation for why this would require a subscription fee. You already have it. It is already doing what it was designed to do. There's no need to continue to pay for it to do that. You already have the technology right there. You got the little fucking doodad gizmo right there, and it's doing what it's designed to do. What is the subscription for? It's not like there's some kind of doctor on the other end of it that's getting paid a salary that you're paying for his input on or anything. You have it, it's working, but they can revoke your access if you don't keep paying for it with the subscriptions. I think we are getting dangerously close to the point where even something like flushing your toilet bowl will require a subscription with different plans for it. Like you get 5 poops per week with these flushes, and then if you pay more, you get up to 10 poops per week that it'll flush with this amount of power. And if you want to sign up for the premium plan, you'll even get like a jet booster where it'll really flush the shit out of that poop. Like, I just think subscriptions are going to infiltrate literally everything. They already are. Now let's go ahead and dig into this product a little bit more to learn about it, I suppose, since I'm already yapping on it. Apparently it works by using a fingerprint sensor, so you'll sign in by giving it your fingerprints. This is another thing. Every single product and service wants as much biometric data on you as possible. So now, even having your shit looked at through a fucking camera will require some kind of biometric data to be gathered on you. Oh my god. But don't worry, you can trust Kohler with all of that. It says it secures your data via the fingerprint scanner and end-to-end encryption, and notes that the camera uses discrete optics looking only at the results, not your body parts. Dakota's sensors seed down into your toilet and nowhere else, the company says. That's wonderful news, and we know that there's never been any kind of data breaches and no one's ever lied about how secure things are. So we can take them at their word here, knowing full well that all of that data is super safe and encrypted, and there's not going to be any weird kind of peeping toms using this technology for nefarious, perverted purposes or anything like that. We can sleep easy with that knowledge locked securely in our brains here. This will be hiccup-free. And just think about how cool it'll be to use your toilet and give it your fingerprint scan in order to optimize your bathroom experience. Just imagine for a second, though, just play around with this. Hackers get into your Kohler Dakota and steal your fucking data through your toilet bowl accessory. I mean, everything is getting data breached. Like, every single service has had huge leaks recently. Now imagine once this is on the table and they get the fingerprint scans and whatever else that it happens to accumulate. Also, something kind of fun to play with. Imagine putting this on all of your toilets or something, and you have, like, company over, and they see that, and they're like, what the hell is this? He's like, oh, no, don't put your fingerprint on that, no! And then all of a sudden it logs a brand new set of poop. You're just having friends over for their Super Bowl party or something, and then all of a sudden your phone's blowing up with notifications from your Dakota app. Player 2 has entered the arena. Player 3 is in the lobby now. And it's like all this information on their poop and their gut health and all that shit. Here, hold on, I actually got a little guest star of my own. I don't know if you could hear that, but I just blew a little ass there. Anyway, though, I don't even hate the idea of the product. Like I said, I think that is actually, could be, a very valuable service to provide, given a reasonable price point and no subscription fee. The more I think about it, the more I hate this one in particular. The idea that this product could actually really help some people, like even be life-saving to a certain degree, and then locking that behind a perpetual paywall with this subscription fee, that just feels even more deplorable than most subscription models. That's pretty crazy to me, actually. Like, stay on top of your health, but only if you are financially able to perpetually do that. $156 per year, on top of the $600 you paid to have the device on the toilet in the first place. I hate that. I really do. Anyway, I really hate how everything is getting a forced subscription fee on top of everything. Every single business seems to be gravitating towards it. It sucks. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. And are looking for 35 to 40. Even though this is backed by apparently fucking Goliath companies here, like this, responsible for $300 million worth of developments across their resume, and the most they can fork over is $14 million here. Even if it hits the funding goal, let's say it goes like bananas, $80 million or whatever gets raised, how the fuck is it going to be anywhere near this? $80 million is not going to get you a facility like this with state-of-the-art reimagined technology rooms, a fucking immersive bars, restaurants, shopping, concert venue, and esports arena. That is so stupid. No way. No way. The second video goes over the scam in more details. This one? This is the same video. They just re-uploaded the same video. They did it twice. No, not that one. Oh, this one.
This AI-generated slop hotel is the epitome of marketing buzzwords, but it's apparently also really cheap to get in on. An official Atari
How
hotel
convenient.
is popping up in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's pretty safe to assume the branding is completely meaningless at this point. Their juiced-up website is projecting that the cyberpunk-esque building will be done at the end of 2028, and that the whole shebang will be super walkable, convenient, and luxurious for gamers in particular on account of all the arcade cabinets and whatnot. The thing is, though, their whole promo shtick is essentially just begging you for investments on the project. In a move straight on Kickstarter.com, Atari Hotels is asking for a minimum $500 in exchange for partial ownership of their not yet existent building, inclusion in the
But just like Akon City, it's coming. And look at how sad all of us were that we didn't get a chance to invest in Akon City. Now we can with Atari.
Hotel's loyalty program and a personalized printable PDF of a certificate of ownership. The promo video for the hotel literally ends with these, but hey, at least you're guaranteed a physical brick with your name on it if you fork over 50 grand on the thing.
And I mean, it's a team you can at least trust. They have a combined track record of creating and structuring over $500 million in real estate deals and $4 billion in successful tech exits, blending a strong financial track record with creative execution. With deep roots in Phoenix's Roosevelt Row, including the successful launch of 15 hospitality and residential projects, this team boasts a rich understanding of the local neighborhood, which is why they're so confident in it. They only invested $14 million of their own money, but want $40 million of your money. This is a grand slam waiting to happen. It's going to be like that Willy Wonka amusement park in Scotland. The Willy Wonka experience, yeah, for hotels. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. That's so shameless. Well, it's coming pretty soon. It's starting in 2026. We'll get to see it from the ground up. I can't wait. The people who get nostalgic about Atari are all in their 50s and probably fall for AI, so who knows. I mean, that's still kind of a stretch, though. Like, I don't think people in their 50s are going to be like, $500? All right, I'll give it to Atari Hotels. This is exactly what I want. A place where I can watch esports events. Like, the 50-year-old Atari fans are not going to care about the esports event space or anything like that. I don't know. I think it's just... I just don't think this has a chance of getting any real human beings to put money into it. You'd have to be a fucking beyond degenerate moron to throw $500 at this. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of AI generating something that looks realistic. Like, just look at this. You can stop at any single frame, and it is just a disaster. Like, everyone's fucking face is melting. This guy's arm has fallen to the back rooms. Like, every single thing here. And they're all just like, these hills have eyes like mutants everywhere. They're not even using, like, the newest AI videos or anything. It's whatever the cheapest, fastest shit they could churn out was. And even just as a concept, the hotel has a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't even have a strip club. Well, not yet. That's if you donate the $50,000 to it, you get a brick and a lap dance. And a free 1-year subscription to Sohids. Would have been better in Vegas, like a gaming casino hotel. I guess... I don't think this is a hot take. I think this should be a pretty obvious take. But the thing is, if you're trying to market to gamers for a social experience, you're fucking stupid. Like, the last people that would want a gamer hotel would be gamers. They're not gonna go. If this actually gets built... Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just stop it right there if this actually gets built. It won't. Here's what I think. I think they will start construction on something. I think whatever they end up finishing construction on will not be Atari Hotel. It won't be a gamer hotel. I think it'll end up just being another one of their endless hospitality projects, and this was just going to be a fucking failed concept. They'll just pivot. Wait to hear about the Atari's next project, Atari Airline that takes you to Atari Cruise. Genius. I know you're making a joke, but it actually is incredible to me how Atari was so early to video games. They had such a stranglehold on it, and they floundered. And now all they coast on is their once powerful name. Despite not having any real, like, products or anything of value for the last, like, 2 decades, almost 3 decades, they still coast with this name because it's so recognizable, but they won't do the bare minimum of just trying to make good games or anything again. Like, they are just totally content to do nothing except try and cash in goodwill on the Atari name. It's crazy to me. No, it's the actual Atari business. As far as I can tell, this is the actual Atari business, yeah. This isn't like a knockoff or anything. This is an Atari partnership, from what I can tell, based on their website here. Though, I did just Google something that came up with a Reddit post from someone who's been looking into this. So, I'll take it with a grain of salt for now. According to this post, it's a hotel with the Atari license and branding, but totally unaffiliated with Atari. Which sounds very par for the course if that is true. Atari just, they probably got a cold call and an email like, hey, for like $50, can we like use the Atari name for a little something we're cooking up? And they're like, yes! Yes, God, please! Anything! So basically like Nickelodeon Hotel. They just use the brand and IPs, but it's actually run by Holiday Inn. God, the Nickelodeon Hotel is a classic. Oh, it's so good. These new gen scammers don't know how it was back in the day. They actually had to work to scam people. All you need now is AI. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like, you're making a joke, but it's actually super true. You actually had to try to scam back in the day. Now, AI does it for you. It's such a shame. There had to be some level of intelligence to a scam. No longer the case. Bernie Madoff with AI would have been unstoppable. Yeah, they would have never caught his ass if he had AI in his tool bag. In on my Trump phone. Surely it's probably out for delivery. I imagine it's left the warehouse at Temu by now. Let's take a peek.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Due to inclement weather, we are unable to take your call at this time. Normal hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Thank you. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Our offices are currently closed. Please call back during our normal business.
Trump Mobile, huh? What? I am literally looking at their website right now. Their hours of operation also include Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. CST, which I am firmly in the middle of. And what weather are they talking about? What the fuck is happening at Trump Mobile HQ right now? Jesus Christ, did Monkey D. Dragon come through with the wind fruit or some shit and just blast them off the face of the planet? What do you mean? It's supposed to... I'm in their business hours. Well, I'll be. Just saute my cheeks, why don't you? Is there anything on the Trump Mobile site that's accurate or truthful? Like, holy shit, even their posted business hours aren't accurate. So, I'm going to have to call back on Monday, maybe, and see if they still have a customer service department or if they just fired everyone there. I don't know. All right, it is now Monday at 1 p.m. I'm going to try calling again and see if I can get a status update on my T1 phone. Let's see. All right. Now the full experience begins. On hold.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Robert. How can I help you today?
Hey, Robert. I was just hoping to check in on the status of my order. I still haven't received the T1 device.
Okay, gotcha. So when did you place the order?
Geez, probably around summer 2025.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just asking because want to make sure we give you the correct information and apologize for the inconvenience for how long you've been waiting. Right now, based on current timelines, we're expecting shipments to begin at the end of this month. Okay. So although timing may change depending on the completion of certification and testing, we're going to notify notify you directly once your device is ready to ship. So it should be literally any day or any week. Okay? And I'm kind of with you at the same point. I actually have one ordered for me and my daughter as well, and I've been waiting a while myself, and just want to apologize for anything.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, I know it's not you over there like stopping it or anything. I was just curious what's going on because it's been a long time.
I know. A lot of things have gotten in the way, and right now, that it's currently in its final stages of certification and field testing, which are necessary steps to ensure product quality, performance, and regulatory compliance prior to shipment. So, like I said, it just should be any day.
Okay, well that sounds promising. Then are people like actively using it for testing, or like how does that work?
That is actually above my pay grade. I'm just here in the call center, so I wouldn't know exactly like details like that. I just know that we just have to go by the information that we're given that they're doing field testing. Now, what field testing entails of, my guess is as good as yours. So unfortunately, I apologize. I wouldn't have.
Okay, yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate you letting me know.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nah, that was about it. Thanks so much, brother.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of your day, okay?
You as well, man. Well, that's good news any day now. Which is what the old T1 motto has been for the last, 6 months, unfortunately. But apparently it's field testing and certifying now. I think he seemed like a nice guy. I don't know if that's entirely accurate information they're being told over there. I can't find anything online about the certification protocol that's underway with the T1 device or anything like that, nor can I find a single report of anyone who's even seen one. Last time I called 2 months ago, the guy said he's never seen one or held one or knows anyone at all who's laid their eyes upon it, but you gotta trust the process, I guess. I'm sure it's on its way. So he said end of the month, so maybe end of March we finally get to see the old golden T1 device. No, I didn't bother asking the same questions I did last time to the customer service rep about where's it made and stuff like that, because I already know the answer is going to be that they don't know, only that it's proudly American, because they can't make the claim that it's made in the USA anymore because it's not, from all available information. I don't even know if it's being made in general. I'm very skeptical that they even are attempting to deliver anything. They're probably just hoping people will forget that they gave them $100. But who am I to bah humbug the old Trump 1 release plan here? It's 4D chess at the end of the day that he's playing right now. So maybe we will see it at the end of this month. Fingers crossed, I can't wait. Anyway, just wanted to give you a little update on the Trump phone. That's about it. See ya.
I don't think it's doing much. What if you, like Charlie said, get some steps in so it's doing its thing and then jump?
Bro, this shit's moving. That's crazy. All right, let's get a little run of it.
That looks pretty good.
It's certainly...
So, I know it feels weird. Is it making you expend less energy for the same amount of movement, do you think? Get a running start.
I don't think it'll work with that.
So that's my problem is, if I running start...
It's going to kick you down.
It thinks my next leg is trying to run, so when I did that there, it tried kicking my leg.
That's what I was saying on the stairs. That's exactly what's happening to me on the stairs.
So it doesn't expect it doesn't expect elevation change.
It's making more than forward, it's pulling up in an arc. So it wants my knee to go up.
And my question would be, does that save you energy?
Ready? We're gonna go fast. Oh yeah, it matches my speed. Hello. I would say... Oh God!
Yeah, the going down.
Coming down is a nightmare.
Yeah, the going down's not a lot of fun.
You know what it might help with? Coming down backwards.
Oh!
Nope.
It very much does push your leg up, for sure.
There's power there.
Yeah, I just don't know. Does that help a lot? I don't know enough about the biomechanics of hiking. I feel like getting your leg up is the easy part. It's when you have to put a lot of weight and pressure on it that you'd want the help with.
No, I feel like after, like, for long periods of time.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not a
like,
huge hiker, so I don't know,
like just
maybe.
walking in general, lifting your foot up is like a lot of the strain.
But the 100% power on hyper is actually pretty strong.
It seems like it's definitely
it's
like
moving. I'm not
doing some pressure.
Like
for
I'm
you.
not overselling that at all.
It is
doing
strong.
The only way I could give this a real review
Just to take it hiking with you.
if I go on, like, call it a 2-hour hike and then do it again with this on, because I feel like this isn't what we want it to be. Of the I have a 20-inch vertical, and then with this on I have a 30-inch.
We could also
It's
get
a energy
an
saver.
opinion from Dr. Momo on what she thinks it's doing for you.
That would have been smart. So it seems like most people, it's kind of mixed, at least based off the preliminary reviews I'm reading. But it seems like most people think it's mainly for mobility for people that like to hike but just don't have the ability to.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, as opposed to being more of like a tool for people that are already adept at hiking, it's more for people that want to hike but maybe have like a limitation.
That makes sense. It is. It seems like it's mainly just helping you get that leg moving, like get it up and moving.
I may be able to feel something, like I said, on a prolonged hike.
Yeah,
but you are right. If you're missing some power, which, come on, I'm not missing power.
No, we're still spring chickens out here.
If you're missing some power, it can probably give you some power back. This thing really has a mind of its own. All right, wait, let me go to 100% fitness.
So what does fitness mode do?
It's revert. Oh.
So is it fighting back now? It's
yes.
Like, yeah. Okay.
All right, Charles, you got to try this.
Yeah, let me try that fitness mode.
It's like walking through mud.
Yeah, you're like in quicksand right now.
This is. Here. You don't have baby birthing hips like I do.
And I've got petite, fun-sized hips.
That's what they always say.
His are more for pleasure than practicality.
Yeah.
Incredible. The pleasurable hips. Man, I had to lift after this, and now I don't.
We can just put this on.
That's true. Just walk around with it. It does feel really weird to walk without it now.
Is it like when you're on a treadmill and then you get off and you feel
Except
like you're
for
like
the reverse.
moving?
I feel like I'm in sand.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like I'm expecting my leg to be picked up for me.
Yeah.
I would say, if let's say my walking, I normally walk with 100 pounds of pressure, whatever. That takes 10 pounds off.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Am I unfit enough? I gotta
Are you strapped up?
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
I'm
strapped
redetecting.
up.
I'm redetecting. All right, detected.
All right.
You ready?
Ready.
I don't want to break your kneecaps here.
I'm ready.
I'll give you 100.
Perfect.
That looks like you're dragging a little bit.
You feel it?
Yeah, I can definitely feel it.
Doesn't it feel like you're walking in mud, basically?
Yeah, it feels like when you're at the beach and you start walking into the deep water,
Yeah.
where it starts fighting back a little bit.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd get much of a workout from it,
I don't either.
but it might not be for us.
Maybe it's just for like joint health, where you want.
But it might be the kind of thing where, like, if you're an older person or someone who doesn't move super well and your main exercise is walking around the block,
Yeah.
it probably adds enough resistance to amplify
That's
that
true.
a little bit, I would
You're
imagine.
absolutely adding a few pounds of resistance.
Oh, no doubt in my mind, yeah. No, wow. Yeah, it's
his whole body there.
Yeah, it's really moving this time.
It feels like, isn't there a cartoon or something where the pants got taken over? And
Jimmy Neutron?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was
yeah.
saying. It feels like that. It's so goofy.
It makes you walk with some sass.
Yeah, with gusto.
He entered the room emphatically.
Is there a way to maybe... I'm trying to take...
Here, I'll put you on Eco. I'll put you on Eco.
I'm trying to take tiny steps, but it still wants me to take giant steps.
Does Eco feel more normal?
Not really.
Overheat protection control is only set to 80%, so be careful.
Yeah. I
Adjust
feel like
the
I'm really
torque.
wearing it out.
Whoa! Wait, alright, be careful for a second. I'm gonna put all the torque in your right leg. Alright, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely like a little different, but
I'm
not.
gonna switch to left.
Okay.
Mid-step. Although
I
it
have
seems like the
one
battery
final
might just be
test
kinda-
here.
Yeah.
It tracks your speed. If you want, I'll put it on. We put it to 0%. I'll sprint. Then I'll put it up to 100. Sprint again.
That's a really good idea.
Does it make me faster?
The answer is yes. I could barely see you when you were sprinting out there. I was seeing.
So
your
here's
after
the thing for me is I feel like
Okay, please.
I feel like
Turn it off. Ow! Ow! Jesus Christ!
I feel like it's almost certainly not going to help with speed. It will help with distance.
Yeah,
because it's
definitely more
taking
of
the
a
strain
distance
off of
thing.
your.
See these? Touch
Yeah.
it.
I don't want to. Just so.
This one was hotter.
It's not gonna burn.
No.
It is hot.
Oh, it is
Touch
hot.
that one.
Yeah,
That one's hotter.
Oh wow.
Well, overheat protection's only at 80%.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Another 20% and that explodes.
Yeah, Matt's sprinting and just combusts.
There's, yeah.
I'm just strapped into a fireball. Oh god, that would take this video from good to great.
That'd be an incredible shot.
Matt runs off into the distance. You see.
Holy fuck! You're 5 miles per hour.
That might be kind of close.
All right.
Here he goes.
15, 16. He peaked at 16.3.
16.3.
16.3?
Yep.
That seems. Is that really fast?
Probably.
That feels like it's really fast for a person to run.
All right, 100%.
Oh, I feel her.
Holy shit.
Can you stop though?
You got up to 18.
Now, was I warmed up or was I at 100%?
Right now you're at 2. Like, it just makes me question the. Now
The
you're,
stats,
you're at
yeah.
3.5. You're at 4.1. 6.4.
How fast did Usain Bolt run?
Probably not 18 miles per hour.
I think he was in the 20s.
Probably.
So you're just right behind him.
You were making a joke.
You're right behind him.
Man, never say that I can't run 10 yards fast. I'd say not a scam or anything.
No, I mean,
Like,
definitely not.
It absolutely is producing power.
Yeah, it's just a matter of how much does it help on a long hike? I have no idea.
They have 2 models above this.
I can't imagine what they do differently.
It's got, the top one has double the power of this one.
Whoa.
I can run through that fucking wall like the Juggernaut.
Yeah, well, no, what would happen is you'd knee yourself in the nose.
I think you turn resistance to 100 and you cannot move your leg.
All right, I'm gonna sprint.
Yeah, what? My God, double the power is crazy.
That's too much power.
Yeah, I don't know whose legs would need that.
I don't know. I feel like we need to give this somebody going on a long hiking trip, like a couple days, and say day 1, don't wear it. Day 2, wear it.
Yeah.
Report your findings.
See what you think.
By that point, this video is already out. Their data's moot. But yeah,
It's a cool idea.
I don't
And
know.
maybe it's very helpful.
Yeah, I hope it is.
All I know is it moved my legs a lot.
They were moving.
They were moving.
Did that help anyone on their decision?
Science done.
We did it again.
Yep.